Kusabi family. Um, this live is one of seriousness. I hope that people will lay at the heart because this is a serious live. I know most people probably are asleep at this time. All right. We're gonna go ahead and just get started. They're trying to make sure that my post fails, so I'm gonna have to go to another account. Screw Facebook. There's another thing that is popping off right now, and it's probably gonna be way better for us than on Facebook. Should I say fake book? Because they fakers don't know what. When we begin to take over, and it's coming, there gonna be no mercy shown. Salute to everyone watching by King David YouTube channel. Salute to everyone watching by Left Chef Tahim REA Facebook page. Salute to everyone's Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Yahoo Facebook page. Salute to Ben, to Ukulele or Israelites, time visitors. We're glad you guys see come through. Share, definitely share this so people can get an understanding of what's taking place.
saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw in him that sat on it, from whose face fled away. And there was found no place for them. Stand before Elohim, and the was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. There will be a fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters. They're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters. They're your fruit testers. Hey, yo, who I said we your haters, not your haters. They're your fruit testers. Multitude like your haters, not your haters. Truth colors, truth colors. Truth colors, ayy. When you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from second squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth reign. Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth in, truth colors.
All right. Kusabi family. I want to say that the land has been found. Oh yeah, it's been found. Like, we know exactly pretty much what to look out for the most part. We're just getting all the calculations correct. So that's where we at right now. Everything is biblical. Everything. But this right here is about to be that try it if you want to. Some of that. All right. Father is irritated, say the least, but he's going to fix that on up like quickly. And when he does it, people ain't gonna be able to cry about it or whatnot because they lost a loved one or whomever, if they choose to ignore this message right here. If you choose to ignore this message, so be it. When it happens to you, so be it. I'm like, let the people fall. People are going to either understand that he means what he says, or people have a false sense from Christianity and the Black Hebrew Israelites, which is Christianity, and the Bantu-isms, which is Christianity. So Christianity is still pretty much ruling all of it, even down with Muslim, which is Christianity is a division of Islam. So yeah, it's all the same. Either way it is, we're gonna look at the scripture where the Father is heated. But first part is this. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because you have rejected knowledge. I also reject you as being my priest, because you have ignored the law of your judge. I also will ignore your children. The more they multiplied, the more they sinned against me. They exchanged their glory for a thing of disgrace. So with all of this being said right here, this is starting to light up something, right? And show something that is taking place right now. My people are being destroyed because they do not know me. Wait a minute. My people are being destroyed because they do not know me. Hold up. Let's see. Blacks killed by cops. My people are destroyed because they do not know me. Because if you knew them, there's no way that they could put their hands on you. If you knew him. If you knew the Father like you say you knew him, there's no way that the Father will allow them to put their hands on you. But they're allowed to put their hands on you because you do not know him. Right? all these atrocities, all these things we keep saying that we can't breathe, signifying that Ezekiel 37 is still yet in effect, meaning what? There was a lot of movement, but there was no breath. Or actually, y'all ain't begun to move yet. Y'all haven't begun to move until you have not begun to move until you actually hear what the Father is saying to you through the one he has chosen. Period. So we keep doing this right here. You know why? Because we have not known him. But we keep saying, oh, we know his laws and we know this. But watch this. It's about to get serious. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy father, I will also forget your children. Do you understand what that means? That means there is something you have forgotten, something you're not looking into, something you don't care about, something you do not have a heart to listen to. So the Father's like, fine. So if the Father has chosen a leader, and this will be a law, a command, if you are neglectful or don't want to hear that, then guess what? The Father want to hear about your pain. Pain, your fine. Listen, I don't care to hear about your kids being killed because I've already given you the answer, but you don't want to listen to it. So therefore, I will also reject your children because you'll forget my law. His law is his word. His law is everything he says. So we're going to look at Psalms 50. It says, the judge of judge, the master, Yah has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun until its settings, meaning to the going down of the same. From Zion, the Father has shown a glorious crown. This is your leader. Judge will come. The judge will come and will not be silent. Look at it. The judge will come and will not be silent, and fire will devour before him, and it will storm around him greatly. He shall call heaven from above and to the earth to judge his people. So this judge shall call heaven from above. So if he's calling heaven from above and to the earth to judge his people, meaning this judge is on the earth. Kusabi, Jazz.
Kusabi King.
Does that make sense right there?
Makes sense, King.
Gather unto, watch this, gather unto him his elect. He's going to gather unto his elect, but in the heavens or on the earth? He's going to gather unto him his elect from the earth. Gather unto him his elect ones who establish his covenant by sacrifice. Heaven will show his righteousness because the judge is the judge. See how they just interchanged his name for judge and put a name there? Because Isaiah is the judge. Hear my people, and I shall speak to you. What did he say? Hear my people, and I shall speak to you. And the Ebos, I shall testify. Wait a minute. He said he's going to testify to you. He's going to bear testimony to the people. I am Isaiah, your judge. I shall not rebuke you concerning your sacrifices, and your offerings are always before me. I shall not take bulls from your house, neither goats from your fold, because all the animals of the wilderness are mine, and the cattle that are on the hills, and the bulls. I know every bird of the sky, and the animal of the wilderness is mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, because the world in its fullness is mine.
Mm.
I do not eat the flesh of calves, and drink the blood of goats. Offer thanksgiving to Yah and fulfill your vows to the highest. That is the sacrifice and offerings right there, which is the same thing as my prayers. Consider my prayers as your incense. Take my prayers to you as an incense, and the lifting of my hands as the evening sacrifice. So thanksgiving to Yah and fulfill your vows to the highest. Your vows to the highest was this. Israel asked for a king. And the Father says some words to you in this. Doesn't matter how you feel about it, what you think about it. He gave you a warning and told you the day would come where you would say, we don't have this. And Father would be like, what? I ain't listening to that on that day. He said, on that day, I will not hear you. It's like when you go and make a purchase off of Prime Video and you made it by accident and it says you can refund this right now. But if you hit play, then you have bought it. It's the same as that thing. The Father gave the people a chance to come up out of this, but people must think he a joke.
Oh no. Oh no.
Must think you're a joke. They must think you're a joke. Like, you know what? The Father, I mean, like, he didn't mean that. I mean, of course he's gonna let us out of, once we say that you are our king, oh yeah, and we want no one else but you. And he's like, what did I say? You gonna make me be a liar on what I said. That's why he literally says that when you search for him and King David, he's still keeping you with these become vows. Israel demands a king. Samuel's warning about kings. And Samuel told all the words of the Father unto the people that asked of him a king. And he said, this will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself. Wait a minute, hold up. We're going to appoint himself. Now, people say that this could probably be seen as narcissist. He's appointing things for himself. For his chariots, to be his horsemen. And some shall run before his chariot. Wait, why won't he run in front of the chariot? Because he got your son running in front of the chariot. All right. And thousands. And he captains over 50s and will set them to ear his ground. That means they're going to be taking care of his crops and to reap his harvest. Wait a minute, the king is not reaping his own harvest. There's other people reaping his harvest for him. Is that right? Jazz.
Yes. Yes, my king.
All right, so it seems like people are reaping his harvest, not the king reaping his own harvest. It's like people working for him in his field.
That's right. That is right.
And to make instruments and to make his instruments of war. The king is not making his own instruments of war. Other people are making his instruments of war for him. and
Indeed.
instruments of his chariots. And he will take, wait a minute, your daughters. Uh-oh. We're gonna take some daughters to be confessionaries, and to
That's
be
right.
cooks, and to be bakers. Don't say he gonna be cooking by himself, son. He gonna be having some cooks in his
Yes, he
house.
is.
And he will take your fields. He gonna take your fields and your vineyards and your olive yards, even the best of them. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. He ain't taking what's left over. He seems like he's taking the best, the first.
The best, King, the best.
And give them to his servants. So then the ones he hires to work for him, he's gonna take people's stuff and give them to the one who's working for him. You're gonna pay them
Right.
in wages by what the people give to him. See, now the king's work is a little bit different than other people's work.
Yes, it is.
And he will take a tenth of your seed and of your vineyards. So we're gonna take a tenth of your seed, tenth of your the pastor got nothing on the king. Tenth of your seed, tenth of your vineyards, and give to his officers and to his servants. And he will take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to, wait a minute, to their work. Oh, my bad. No, that was wrong. To his work. My bad. I'm sorry.
Take it slow,
Put 'em
King.
to his
Take it
work.
slow.
You're
Take it
gonna
slow,
put him to
King.
work.
Yes. Spell it out to him, King.
He will take the tenth of your sheep. Wait a minute. Bah. Tenth of your sheep. And you shall be his servants. One part actually says slaves.
That's right.
Wait a minute. So he's owned by Yah, then you're owned by him.
That's right.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
That's right, King. It's right.
Any
It's
objections?
right, King.
Any objections?
No objections.
Any
King.
objections on this word yet?
No objections. It is what it is. It's written right there, King.
Exactly. We can't even make this up.
That's right. He ain't making it up, y'all.
And in the day, hold on, here it is. And you shall cry. He telling you the day gonna come, you gonna cry from this. I don't want this no more. I don't want it. I just want you, Almighty Yah, just to be our king. I want you. You gonna reign over us. If I was like, listen here now. Hold up.
That's right.
You ain't gonna make me be a liar.
That's right.
It says, and you shall. That means like the time will come. He didn't say maybe you will cry about this. He said you will.
You will. You
The
shall.
time's gonna come when you are going to, it's like you're gonna regret that you asked for a king. But in that day, the Father will not hear you. And you shall cry out in that day because of your king, which you shall have chosen you. And the Father will not hear you in that day.
Nope.
But listen, now you have a choice right now to get up out of this. Like, man, you know what? We know it's gonna be like that. But now since you done told us the future, what's gonna be, we're gonna go ahead and get up out of this. We messed up. We came into the wrong territory.
Yep.
We showed up in the wrong neck of the woods. So the Father grants the request. Nevertheless, wait a minute, hold up. I want you to read that. Go ahead and read that. Family. Read that, Jazz.
Nevertheless, the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel. And they said, nay, but we will have a king over us. King may judge us and go out before us, fight our battles. And Samuel heard all the words of the people and rehearsed them in the ears of Father.
Mm.
And Father said to Samuel, hearken and make them hearken unto their voice, make them a king. And Samuel said unto the men of Israel, go you every man unto his city.
Mm.
Sounds like a rap to me,
Mm.
King.
Mm.
It sounds like it's locked in.
It does like a
It's
rap.
locked. Yep, it's
Now-
locked in.
Now, the first one that comes of it is going to be your choice. It's going to consider to be all Esau's choice. So the first one becomes your choice. See, the father's going to take this and he's going to run with this. He's going to have fun with
Yes, he
this.
is.
So the first one is yours. That will be King Saul. But then the second one his son. Saul chosen as king. This is the king that Esau or that the Ebos chose over them, that the father knew of their heart.
That's right.
Now there was a man, wait a minute, hold up. We see the two witnesses in here. Now there was a man of Benjamin. So we see that the first witness is from the tribe of Benjamin. This is the first one whom Father actually recognizes in the earth. Now there was a man of Benjamin whose name was Kish, and the son of Abiel, the son of Zeor, the son of Barakata, whatever that name is, the son of Aphiah, a Benjamite, a mighty man of power. And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice young man, and a goodly, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward, he was higher than any of the people. Now, it makes sense while Samuel would think that the brothers of David would fit the description because he will be looking at it from the same standpoint of what Saul is now. But we see now why the father rejected it. He already chose it the first time. He's going to choose something different next time. That's powerful. He's looking right now. He said he's a goodly person. Then he, from his shoulders and upward. We see when Samuel said, he's like, surely this is the father's anointed right here. Look at his shoulders. Look at him. And he was like, look, don't do that no more. I rejected him.
Mm-hmm.
It's powerful.
Yes, very powerful, King.
And the asses of Kish, Saul's father, was lost. And Kish said to Saul his son, take now one of the servants with thee, and arise and go seek the asses. And he passes through the Mount Ephraim, and passed through the land of Shalisha, but they found them not. And then they passed through the land of Shalom, and there they were not. And he passed through the land of the Benjamites, but they found them not. And when they had come to the land of whatever that name is, Saul said to a servant that was with him, come and let us return, lest my father leave caring for the asses, and take thought for us. And he said unto him, behold, now there is in this city a man of Yah, and he is an honorable man. All that he hath said cometh surely to pass. Now let us go there. Peradventure he can show us our way that we should go. That is so powerful. Everything is fitting, even the accident. The asses are gone right now. Why? Because the father needs, man, there is, man, my mind is just blown. Like he uses this incident because he needs for Saul to know that you the king. Mm-hmm. So the father calls for his asses to go, and now I need you to go and inquire of my prophet to come, and then when he sees you, it's powerful. Like he's being brought to him. Saul was being brought to him to actually inherit the kingdom. That is powerful.
It's
Y'all just see how the father just worked this out. We're up trying to see how they're gonna come together, and you see how it is. The father has allowed this incident to take place. So all these incidents that take place in your life, sometimes they're not bad. I mean, we might view them as bad. Like, oh my goodness, my asses are gone. Can you imagine that? And he said, now, you know, if I don't get back, my father's gonna be worried about us and still left to take care of the other asses there. So now he's like, look, let's go find a man of Yah who knows what he's talking about, and therefore he can actually tell us where the asses are. At the same time, the Father is leading him. The steps of a righteous man are ordered by Yah. He is leading his king to actually to his prophet. It's so powerful. So let's go to the man of Yah. To what? To find out where they at, right? Then said Saul to his servants, but behold, if we go, what shall we bring the man? They know not to come before him empty-handed. Oh,
that's right.
The man of Yah, they know not to come before him empty-handed. They know it.
They know it.
For the bread is spent in our vessels, and there is not a present to bring. What they say? There's not a present to give to the man of Yah. Wow. What shall we give him for his work? There is not a present to bring the man of Yah. What have we? And the servant answered Saul again and said, behold, I have here at hand the fourth part of the shekel of silver. Is that money?
Money.
It's money right there, right?
Yes, it is.
People always say
money.
that you're supposed to only just give the tithe, supposed to give what? Vegetation only. They're supposed to just give them fruits and vegetables and all that stuff. That now we see here, there's some money that's being given to Saul. I mean, given to Samuel, the prophet. So what? Okay, you're right. The shekel of silver, that will I give to the man of Yah to tell us our way. So for this right here, it is a one of value. It's powerful.
Yes. Indeed.
Not bread will not do. Look at this. Turn the stones into bread.
Hard currency, King. Hard currency.
No, I won't turn the stone. Yeah. That's powerful. That's powerful. Man cannot live on bread alone. He gonna need some money in his life.
Indeed.
That will I give to the man of Yah, to tell us our way. Before time in Israel, when a man went to inquire of Yah, thus he spake, come and let us go to the what? Seer. Now, seer is a nabi, but a nabi, all nabis are not seers. Nabis, some nabis are audible. They only hear, but they can't see. A seer is the one who can see and they can hear. Come, let us go to the seer. For he is, watch this, for he that is now called a prophet was before time called a seer. Then said Saul to his servant, well said, come, let us go. So they went unto the city where the man of Yah was. And as they went up the hill to the city, they found young maidens going out to draw water, and said unto them, is the seer here? And they answered them and said, he is. Behold, he is before you. Make haste now, for he came today to the city, for there is a sacrifice of the people today in a high place. It's like a feast to me.
A feast day, King.
A coronation
yes,
is taking place on a feast day.
Wow.
The Father don't change. So October 7, 1987 was a feast day.
Yes. It was a feast day, King. It was.
The day that I got, the day I got hit, the day that the Father and the Son came, had to be also a feast. Had to be something.
A feast day. Yes.
Yeah. So we can now know between the 7 feasts, or probably between the time that the Father actually said the man must come before him not empty-handed, has to be the same time when the Father and the Son came and made their abode.
Mm-hmm.
Before time in Isolele or in Igbo, when a man went to inquire of Yah, he thus spake, "Come and let us go to the seer." For he is now called a prophet, was before time called a seer. Skipping on down. For he came to the city, for there is a sacrifice, that's verse 11, of the people today in a high place. As soon as ye be coming to the city, you shall straightway find him, before he go up to the high place to do what? To eat. For the people will not eat until he come. It's a feast, because he doth bless the sacrifice. So now we know that the prophet or the priest has to be there to bless the sacrifices for feasts before they can actually enjoy it.
Yes.
We know that. So this is definitely a feast day. And afterwards, they eat that be bidden, meaning what? That is, the Father has allowed for them to eat. So the meat that they're eating is because the Father has given it to them to eat. Meaning what? They're not eating any kind of shrimp, no pig, no nothing. It says that be bidden. Bidden means what the Father has spoken, what you can have.
That's right.
Now,
People.
therefore, get you up, for about this time you shall find him. And they went up into the city, and when they came into the city, behold, Samuel came out against them for to go up to the high place. What's he waiting on? He waiting on them, because this feast is for them.
Mm-hmm.
Samuel can't show up empty-handed. He had to show up with the king, because the feast centers around the king. Seek the Lord at a time when he may be found. That's the king. Seek the king at a time when he may be found. Feast days.
Indeed.
Sabbaths.
Yes. The Sabbath.
Now, Father had told Samuel in his ear a day before Saul came, saying, tomorrow about this time I will send thee a man out of the land of Benjamin. So what is Samuel doing? He's being obedient. He is tarrying for the vision. And thou shalt anoint him to be captain over my people, Ebo, that he may save my people out of the hand of Philistines. So the king is always been known as Savior. Wow.
It's getting heavy, King.
So the Father doesn't change.
He doesn't. The Father
It's getting real heavy, ain't it?
Real happy. He doesn't change.
We see Savior right here. He shall save.
Yep.
Save. That's Savior. That's deliver. Wow. For I have looked upon my people, because their cry is come unto me. Ooh. And when Samuel saw Saul, the Father said unto him, behold, the man whom I spoke to thee of, the same shall reign over my people. Say what? The Savior is king.
That's right.
Then Saul drew near to Samuel in the gate. There's a door again. Entered in through the gate. The straight and narrow gate for man. Whew. Okay. All right. Okay.
Keep it going, King. Let's keep this thing going. People got to know.
Samuel in the gate and said, tell me, I pray thee, where the seer's house is. And Samuel answered Saul and said, I am the seer. Go up before me unto the high place, for you shall eat with me today. Told you.
Wow.
Samuel cannot show up without having the king at this feast, because this feast is his feast. It's in his honor. This is his feast.
Mm.
Wow. Wow. And tomorrow I will let you go and will tell thee all that is in your heart. And as for your asses, they were lost 3 days ago. Set your mind not on them, for they are found. Come on now. The very thing that got you to leave, to come out in search of something, is the very same thing that Father has already had in his care and will find them, just so you can be at peace.
Wow.
What you was worried about is taken care of. You just need you to be obedient to move out your place, your comfort zone, and find the prophet to take your position. That's powerful.
That's very powerful, King. Very powerful.
And on whom is all the desire of Israel? Is it not on the look? The feast is about you, boy. Do you not understand that people are here waiting on you? Do you know what just took place? The Father promised them a king, and you it. So now we're throwing a celebration in your honor. Father has delivered them a king today, and this feast is for you. Is it not on thee? Now watch this. October 7, 1997. I hear all, and I self-thought. The Messiah shows up to me on this day. Andrew, it's time. He's showing up on a feast.
Remind them, King.
If you look on your
Remind
timeline,
them. Yes.
if you show up, if you look on your timeline and find out what October 7, 1997 was, or find out what October 7th is, you find out it is literally the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Wow. There it is. There it is. Breaking bread.
Feast of Unleavened Bread. So the Feast of Unleavened Bread is in honor to me. He must take up what is mine and disclose unto you. He meets me on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That is powerful.
Very powerful, King.
These are my feasts. These are my feasts. Do this in remembrance of me. That's powerful. He must take up what is mine. Do this in remembrance of me. Wow. My mind is blown right now.
King.
I'm trying to keep composure right now.
All right, King.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And on all thy father's house. Look at this. For they are found, and on whom is all the desire of the Ebos. Is it not on you? And on all your father's house? And it's the same thing will go down to what? To David and all of his house. And Saul answering said, am I not a Benjamite of the smallest of the tribes of Israel? And my family, the least of all the families of the tribe of Benjamin, and my family the least of all the families of the tribe of Benjamin. Wherefore then speakest thou so to me? Mm, 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 mm. The smallest,
The smallest.
not the biggest, the smallest. He chose the smallest. And Samuel took Saul and his servant and brought them into the parlor and made them sit in the high places, the chiefest places, among them that were bidden, which were allowed, which were about 30 persons. And Samuel said unto the cook, bring the portion which I gave you, of which I said unto you, set it by you. And the cook took up the shoulder and that which was upon it, and set it before Saul. He get the best meat, baby. Hey,
Yes.
probably like, remember that piece of meat I told you to set on the side right there? Bring it
Yes.
here. Here you go, King. Eat up. This is your portion. That is powerful.
That's powerful.
There is honor in the feast.
Mm-hmm.
Man. No wonder why the Father hates the feast days and the Sabbath days. There ain't no king of no king of Brown. Ain't no
None.
king. There's no order to it. It's like, why you doing this again? Where your king at?
Right.
Where's he at? Where's he at? You ain't got no king? So I can't receive this.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Well, your Sabbath, the king ain't here on your Sabbath? I can't receive your Sabbath then. Because this is not the Sabbath, because the king is going to be keeping the Sabbath with you. He said, when you look for me, you also must be looking for your king. Your king must be present. That is powerful.
That's powerful.
So anytime you show up to me, keeping something that I told you to keep, but your king is not present, it is abomination to me. That's, man, I'm about to run around this room right now.
Right, King?
My head is, wow. I know it's gonna be all this right here. I just was, you know what I'm saying, what we talked about, you know, in the stove. I know it's gonna be all this.
Right, King? The Father does what he do. The Father does what he do.
This is bonkers. This is, oh my, milk and magnesium. Just, and this coffee is on point right here too, right now, boy. My goodness. Thank you for the recipe, Doris. I appreciate that so much. Oh, I love it.
Big sister, yes.
I love this right here. My goodness. This is powerful. And the cook took up the shoulder and that which was upon it and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, behold, that which is left, set it before thee and eat. For unto this time hath it been kept for thee since I said I have invited the people. They are invited to a feast. And then we got the bridegroom and the, you know, the 10 virgins.
Yes.
5 is, yeah, exactly. To what? For you to take hold of your king. That's what the Father's about to do again. This means he is literally bringing this back again. He's bringing everyone back to the land to show them to your face, this is your king. That's what it's all about. My man, I'm about to run. I'm about to go outside. This
King,
is
get your
crazy.
shot on. Get your shot on,
This is
King.
what this is. That's what it is. The five foolish virgins. Why? Oh my! It's so you can receive your king. It is a
That's right.
formal thing in front of all the people, just like this is done right here. It is the same thing that's going to be done before all the people again.
Again.
And that's why they have to come here to the Gambia.
That's right. They got to come to the Gambia.
Wow. You've been invited to the door, the gate of the city. This is powerful.
Indeed. It's powerful, King. It is powerful.
Is this making sense out there in on YouTube, Facebook? Is it making sense to y'all?
It's making sense. It's making sense,
It
King.
makes so much sense now. It's making so much sense. Like, wow.
Yes.
This is so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So Saul did eat with Samuel that day. And when they were come down from the high place into the city, Samuel communed with Saul upon the top of the house. And they rose early, and it came to pass about the spring of the day that Samuel called Saul to the top of the house, saying, "Up, that I may send you away." And Saul rose, and they went out, both of them, he and Samuel abroad. And as they were going down to the end of the city, Samuel said to Saul, "Bid the servant pass on before us." And he passed on. "But stand thou still a while, that I may show you the word of the Father."
Hallelujah.
You got
Hallelujah.
to entrust him with the most invaluable thing that's on the earth,
The word.
the word. 1 Samuel 10. Samuel anoints Saul. Then Samuel took a vial of oil and poured it upon his head and kissed him and said, "Is it not because the Father has anointed you to be captain over his inheritance? When you are departed from me today, you shall find 2 men by Rachel's sepulchre in the border of Benjamin at Zelzah, and they will say unto thee, the asses which thou wentest you to seek are found. And lo, behold, your father have left the care of the asses and sorroweth for you, saying, What shall I do for my son? Then shall you go on forward from thence, and thou shalt come to the plain of Tabor, and there shall meet thee 3 men going up to the father." Watch this. "Shall meet 3 men going up to the judge to Bethel, Bethlehem,
Mm.
Gad, Gambia,
Wow.
Senegal."
Drop it, King. Senegal, yes.
Are
Drop it
you
on them, King.
serious?
Wow. Mm.
Are you serious?
There it is, King. It's right there.
The place of both kings right here. Bethel, Bethany,
Bethel.
the place of the 2 witnesses.
Mm.
Man, I didn't expect all this right here, Daddy. I mean, I know we was talking, but this right here?
Mm.
I know me and Jad, we talked while I was in the store. You know, it was serious and everything, but it wasn't this. I mean, it was serious, but this is seriously bringing out a whole bunch of information.
Right, King. I'm telling you, this is stuff this only the Father can do. Only the Father can do this.
Man, this is crazy. Bethel just keep coming up.
Bethel.
So we're in a place where Saul was told he will find some things. "You shall come to the plain of Tabor, and there shall meet 3 men going up to the house, or going up to the judge to Bethel. One carrying 3 kids, and another carrying 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. And they will salute thee. Wow. And give thee 2 loaves of bread, and thou shalt receive of their hands after that you shall come to the hill of Yah. Now, have we seen any hills here so far?
Not yet.
Not yet either. Things gonna change over. I'm sure there got to be a hill somewhere, probably in Senegal. You probably gotta go there, or probably even off over Jufure, Goya Island, over there in them areas. There it is. Shall come from the hill of Yah, where is the garrison of the Philistines. And it shall come to pass, when thou art come thither to the city, that thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the high place with a psaltery and a tabret and pipes. What?
Music.
Do you see?
Music.
It's the same thing was inside of, yes, exactly. The same thing that was inside of Lucifer. What the heck?
Yes. Yes, King. Music.
It's the place of music. The roots of music.
Yes, King.
Wow. Coming from the high place with the psaltery. That's like psalms, and a tabret, and a pipe, and a harp before them. Now, when we look at the roots here in the land, we see the very same thing. We see this harp, and we see like this pipe. We see these drums. We see a whole bunch of stuff here in the land. Like, wow. This is powerful.
It is, King. It's powerful.
This is crazy. And they shall prophesy through music.
Through music.
They're prophesying through music. And the Spirit of the Father will come upon you when the music is played. And you shall prophesy with them through the music. And shall be turned into another man through the music.
Wow.
Music gonna change you into somebody different. Man. Father, you didn't say all this now. You didn't say all this. I thought we was gonna get to our message by now. This right here. This is something to chew on. You ain't just like really delivering this message.
Right,
this is a chew on message. Wow.
Oh, mercy.
Wow.
I'm telling you, King.
Wow.
That's all we can do is give the Father his praise, give the Father his glory.
This right here. This music changed them into a whole nother man. With music changed people into a whole nother people.
Yes.
Change the hearts of our people. Change the spirit of our people. And let it be when these signs are come unto thee. Signs will be coming through the music. Wow. And let it be when these signs are coming unto thee. It's coming while the music is playing. That thou do as occasion serve thee. For Father is with thee. Father is with music. And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal, and behold, I will come down unto thee to offer burnt offerings and to sacrifice sacrifices of peace offerings. Peace will be restored through music. 7 days shalt thou tarry till I come to thee and show thee what you shall do. Samuel's signs fulfilled. And it was so that when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, the father gave him another heart. And all those signs came to pass that day. And when they came thither to the hill, behold, a company of prophets met him. And the spirit of the father came upon him, and he prophesied among them. And it came to pass, when all that knew him before time saw that, behold, he prophesied among the prophets, then the people said one to another, what is this that is come unto the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? And one of the same place answered and said, but who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb. Is Saul also among the prophets? And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. And Saul's uncle said unto him, and to a servant, whither you went? And he said, to seek the asses. And her father's like, he said, go back up to again. Samuel's signs fulfilled. Samuel's signs fulfilled. That means the music began to play. And when the music began to play, Saul began to prophesy.
Wow.
Look what he says. And it shall come to pass, when thou art come thither to the city, that you shall meet a company of prophets. Here it is, the company of prophets down in here. Company of prophets met them. Coming down from the high place with a psaltery. So the company of prophets is going to have a psaltery. Let's go find out what some of these things are. Oh, wow. Okay. Almost like a violin, some kind of sort.
Mm-hmm.
And a tabret. Well, we know that's a tambourine. The tambourine, the timbrel. And then we have a pipe. Now you know they're gonna bring out pipes probably for the sink or something. Like a flute, harmonica, something, pipes. And then we have a harp. So yeah, it's a beautiful musical instruments. All these beautiful things are taking place.
Mm-hmm.
And as these things are going forth before them, and they shall prophesy with the psaltery, the tabret, the pipe, and the harp. and the spirit of the Father will come upon them, come upon him, come upon Saul, King Saul, for the Father is with thee, and thou shalt come down before me at Gilgal, and behold, I will come unto thee. So now we see that the company prophets met him, the signs, it said, and Samuel's signs fulfilled. And it was so that when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, the Father gave him another heart. So the word changed his heart, and all those signs came to pass that day. And when they came thither to the hill, behold, a company of prophets met him with what? The psaltery, the tabrets, the pipe, and a harp. And they began to play before him. And the spirit of the Father came upon him, came upon King Saul, and he prophesied among the prophets. And it came to pass when all that knew him before time saw that all the time what's going on is the music is playing. So therefore, as the music is playing, it has changed Saul into a whole nother man. It's the music. It's powerful. And it came to pass when all that knew him before time saw that, behold, he prophesied among the prophets that the people saw one another. What is this that's come up to the son of Kish? It saw also among the prophets in one of the same place answer and said, but who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb. It saw among the prophets. And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. And Saul's uncle said unto him and to his servants, where did you go? And he said, to seek the asses. And when we saw that they were nowhere, we came to Samuel. And Saul's uncle said, tell me, I pray you, what Samuel said unto you. And Saul said unto his uncle, he told us plainly that the asses were found, but the matter of the kingdom whereof Samuel spake, he told him not. Now, the funny part is this, I want to bring out, that with David, his father is there. With King Saul, his father is not present for the dinner. So there's two different things that's going on here. With David, there's a feast done for him in his honor, and his father is involved. For the feast for Saul, the father is not involved. And he does not say anything about it. So together unto the children of Ebo, thus saith the Father, the judge of the Ebos. I brought up the Ebos out of Egypt, and all kingdoms, and all of them that oppressed you. And when they saw them out of the hand of them that oppressed you, and you have this day rejected your creator, who himself saved you out of all your him, nay, but set a king over us.
Yes.
Now, he done had a feast to celebrate that you now have a king. He has added to a covenant. Do you think the Father's going to turn his back on what he has said after he has added this to a feast? Heck no, he ain't gonna do that. Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before the Creator by your tribes and by your thousands. Now, I think we just seen the number that's have to come to the land. It has to be thousands. He saved you out of all your adversities and your tribulations, and you have said, nay, but set a king over us. So a king is present, not over 7 people, not over 100 people, but over thousands. Now therefore present yourselves before the Father by your tribe. So all of the tribes of the Igbo have to show up by your thousands. Not thousand, thousands. Could this be the 144,000? 144,000. 144,000 actually goes with the virgins, who who came up out of, tribulation and whatnot, and never known any woman or anything like that. We all can't say that. I know I can't say that. So, and I know most people who's over coming out of this tribulation cannot say that. But there's another audit to the land as well. It's supposed to be, it's one with the virgins, and there's 144,000 that's supposed to be just to the tribe, and these people make up the tribes of Israel. And then we see a part also in Ezekiel, he says, I'm gonna bring even all of it. What's supposed to happen? This is why this word is coming into play, because the Father's about to start killing some folk if they don't get a handle on this right here.
This is true. It's gonna happen, people. It's gonna happen.
So we got thousands that's got to show up here. Thousands. We see a number. The Father's not going to have a king over 7 people.
Nope.
It's going to be over thousands, because that's what he has, what he set up for the first time, and it's going to be that way again. He has not changed his mind.
Nope. The Father does not change his mind.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. People may want him to, but that ain't going to happen.
Nope.
It's not going to happen. So I love this right here. Father is speaking loud and clear. Hope our people are getting it. I see how the screen is messed up a little bit. I don't know if that's the internet or whatever, but I'm trying to keep it on the screen so we can actually get a little bit better. As soon as I said by your thousands, it went like it looks very pixelated. So
yes, they're playing with the king.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. So I'm gonna leave it right here until it gets better. There it is. I see it now. It done came in now. So by thousands. And when Samuel had caused all the tribes of Israel to come near, the tribe of Benjamin was taken. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Watch this. You already know it. Something about to happen. Let's go. I will take you two from a family and one from a city. Jeremiah 3 and 14. I would take and two from a family. It said Benjamin was taken. The tribe of Benjamin was taken in by the father. Invitation to repentance. Jeremiah 3 and 14. And only acknowledge your guilt that you have rebelled against the Father.
Yes.
You have scattered your favors to foreign judges under every green tree and have not obeyed my voice, declares the Father. Return, O faithless children, declares the Father, for I'm your master. And I will take you one from a city and two from a family and bring you to Zion. Then I will give you what? The
Shepherds,
two witnesses,
yes.
after my own heart, who will feed you with knowledge and understanding. Those are two witnesses right there.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Father.
The tribe of Benjamin was taken. And when he had caused the tribe of Benjamin to come near by their families, take you two from a two from a family, one from a city. Wow. Tribe of Benjamin to come near. He calls the house to come near by their families. The family of Matri was taken. So we need to count this. I think we're seeing this like he's two. So we counted this out. So he took the tribe of Benjamin. Tribe of Benjamin was taken. The family of Matri was taken. And Saul, the son of Kish, was taken. And when they saw him, he could not be found. Therefore they inquired of the father further, if the man should yet come hither. And the father answered, behold, he hath hid himself among the stuff. And they ran and fetched him thence. And when he stood among them, among the people, he was higher than any of the people from his shoulders and upward. He was tall. And Samuel said to the people, to all the peoples, see you him whom the Father has chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. So it must be the same way when the Father chooses his king as well. And all the people shouted and said, the Father saved the king. Wow, like long live the king.
Yes.
Wow. There's always a celebration for kings. The heathen nation do it, but we ain't allowed to do it. Are you serious? We're supposed to show honor to the king.
Yes.
And my brothers is right along with it. He said, you won't see me again until you give honor to the king that my father has chosen.
There it is.
That's why he says that.
Tell him to him.
You
again,
will never
King.
see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in my name, which is what? The king. Until we give honor to the king, the Messiah is like, I don't know you. By giving honor to the king is the same thing as obeying the law and obeying the commandments, because it's commanded for you to do it. The Father's not going to break his covenant because you choose to break your covenant. His covenant lies with the king.
With the king.
Where once used to lie with the people, now it lies with the king. And now the Father has the covenant through the king to the people. He gives the people the king, therefore gives them a covenant. When he says, I'm going to give you a new covenant, means I'm going to give you a new king. And the only way he's going to receive you is by you receiving the new king. Therefore, walking into a new covenant. Right now, you have a covenant with death. Covenant with America.
That's right. Tell it like it is.
With bondage.
Bondage, slavery.
But the Father's going to bring you out of this bondage and bring you into freedom with the King. Bondage to the nations. And as long as you do not submit yourself to the word of slaves, to your heathenistic people, to the heathen. Then Samuel told the people the manner of the kingdom and wrote it in a book and laid it up before the Father. Look, he wrote like a book of testimony. Then Samuel told the people the manner of the kingdom. Here is the kingdom, and wrote it in a book and laid it up before the Father. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house. And Saul also went home to Gibeah, and there went with him a band of men whose hearts the Father had touched. But the children of Belial, whenever you see the children of Belial, that means that these are our people.
Yes.
But these people have chosen not to be followers of what the Father says. They're going to do opposite. That's what we got going on right now. When people say, I don't have a king, guess what? You are now a children of Belial.
Rebellious. That's right. Dropping on
because the Father said he ain't going to deal with you without having a king.
That's right.
If you say you don't have a king, then the Father says you are not my people.
That's right.
And therefore, since you have rejected the king, the Father has rejected you as being priest before him. So all your teachings on Saturday, Friday, and all that stuff means nothing to him because there's no covenant attached to it. And that is the word. People may not like it, but it's the word. The Father ain't changed his mind on you.
He sure didn't.
Because you feel some type of way. Because you think some type of way. This stuff was already put into play before we was even born.
Right.
And he's about to change his mind because your little pencil neck brain cells cannot comprehend.
The
Father ain't ever just dealt with the people like that. He always dealt with the people through somebody. The first time he was dealing with the people was through the prophets. And then through the judges. But then you asked for a king. So now the Father's like, all right, we're gonna add that to the plate as well. We're gonna have prophets, judges, and now we got a king. And now watch this. The one king he gives you is both. He's the king and the judge over the whole entire world. Now, think about it again. The end of the world is Esau. The beginning of it is the reign of this king. Ooh, he gets a clean slate. But the children of Belial said, how shall this man save us? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, what? How can... They don't believe. They don't believe. How can this man save us? The Father says this is salvation. How can his man save us? So what would be the Belial, the children of Belial today? That's the Belial thought for the children of Satan, the ones who are opposite. No man can save you. When we see right here, the Father says, this man will save you. This will be the thought now of the children of Belial. Psalms 49, and it's powerful. I love how it is because watch this. Because Psalms 50 goes right into it. I love it. Thank you, man. You are so here, like daddy, like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Here. We're going into Psalms 50. And here is Psalms 49. Psalms 50 is going to triumph over all this. The essence of wealth. They trust in their wealth and boast in their great riches. No man can possibly redeem his brother or pay his ransom to the Father. For the redemption of his soul is costly, and never can payment suffice. Meaning what? That's why the Father never gave you 40 acres and a mule.
That's right.
Why he never gave you any reparations. Because you cannot be redeemed with money. Be careful that no one lures you with riches. Do not let a large bribe lead you astray. By any means redeem another, or give the Father a ransom for him. A ransom for him means money, or give a placement for him. A person must be redeemed by what the Father says. If you broke a covenant, then you must be redeemed through a covenant. You cannot buy back your life or pay off the Father. That's all he's saying. Meaning what? Covenant must be, people who are of a covenant. You can never redeem ourselves. We can never redeem ourselves. We cannot pay the Father the price for our lives. That's all it's saying. Meaning, what is it? Well, how can you do it though? Pay the vows that you owe. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves
and pray, yes.
Because if you say you can't be redeemed, then you can't even use that no more at all either. You might as well stop using that. You can only be redeemed through the covenant. If my people will what? Humble themselves. To what? To the covenant. Then the Father will hear you and make amends. You can't be redeemed with money because the Father don't need money to live. He wants your obedience. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. To humble yourself means you humble yourself up under the covenant. He said that that you will always have a king for you. So therefore, this is what it is. No man can redeem you. No, not by himself. You can only redeem by a covenant. And a covenant is his word. What the Father says you can be redeemed by is what you can be redeemed by. Period. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion. Jacob shall the Father, there it is right there. Look. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion. And unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob, saith the Father. This is what he said. So here is the Redeemer. This is how you will be redeemed. And he's coming to ones who are willing to turn away from their sins, which is what? Stop doing what they want to do and do what the Father say they have to do. So if King Saul is the Redeemer, then damn it, that's what he is, the Redeemer. And anyone fighting against it are the children of Belial. See, look, heal their land. Thou hast made the earth to tremble. Thou hast broken it. Heal the breaches thereof, for it shaketh. That's earthquakes.
Yes, it is.
The Father says he is going to cause a breach to take place in the core of the earth. So the earth can turn, can spin. Look, the breach is going to cause it to shake. He said, he promised. Once more will he not only just shake the earth, but he will shake the heavens. Thou hast broken it. Thou hast made the earth to tremble. Thou hast broken it. heal the breaches thereof, for it shaketh. Meaning what? He has caused terrible earthquakes. This is what yet to happen. So this is what took place to have what we have right now. And the Father's gonna have to let it happen again to bring things right back where they need to be. What you see as mountains today, it was a breach of the earth that caused it to be. So now Father got to put those things back. He got to cause the earth to tremble, not only the earth this time, but the heavens to tremble as well, to put everything where it was at first. Let me show you this. And the earth trembled or was moved because of its inhabitants. Maccabees. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Maccabees 1. Is this making sense, family?
Making sense, King.
All right. Let me see. Introduction. We want one. Now get ready to go get lied to. Some places are already closed out. They church services, so they ain't doing that. See, this right here is the Belial, the sons of Belial, the children of Belial, lawless people. See, transgressors of the law. See, their circumcisions, their abandonment. Where is it at? All right. And the earth trembled. Let me see where it at. There it is. And the land quaked on account of its inhabitants. Bam, right there. The land quaked. That's an earthquake. So when the earthquake is taking place, he said, I will what? I will turn mountains into valleys and valleys into mountains. Because this is what took place in that day. The earth quaked. I will turn all my mountains into roads. Because this is what took place. See, look, it's all taking place with you are my servant. Everything's got to be put back to match what it used to be. It's the strangers. And he took away the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. So you got strangers in the land. And because of this, the land is quaking. It's taking on a whole nother shape. It's look a little bit different. And all the house of Jacob was clothed with shame. So the Father got to put it back. You are my servant. They will not hunger or thirst, nor scorching heat or sun beat down on them. For he who has compassion on them will guide them and lead them besides, watch this, springs of water. I will turn all, not some, all my mountains into roads, the highway of Yah. And my highways will be raised up. Behold, they will come from far away, from the north and from the west and from the land of Aswan. Now, Aswan could be America. And there will be a highway called the way of holiness. The unclean will not travel it. Only those who walk in the way, what? In the truth, what? And in the life. and fools will not stray unto it. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill made low. The uneven ground will become smooth, and the rugged land a plain. Come on now. Go out through the gates. Prepare the way for the people. Build it up. Build up the highway. Clear away the stones. Clear away the stones. Raise a banner for the nations. And the land quaked. So this took place, has to be reversed, and it's talked about it right in here. The Father's going to reverse when the stranger came into our land. He's going to put things back the way it was before they came. So what you see now is not what is. And highway shall be there in a way, and it shall be called the way of holiness. That's the straight and narrow gate. The unclean shall not pass over it, but it shall be for those, the elect, the wayfaring men. Though fools shall not err therein, they shall not enter, they shall not go upon it. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Father, make straight in the desert a highway for our judge, for our king. I will make all my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. I will make each of my mountains a road, and my highways shall be elevated. I will make all my mountains a road, and my highways will be raised up. I will make all my mountains a road, and my highways will be raised up. I will make all the mountains of highways. I shall make all the mountains highways. I shall make all the mountains highways. I shall make all the mountains highways. So what you see today as mountains will become highways, and the streets shall be exalted. The valleys shall be exalted. The lowlands shall be exalted. What you see now before you is not what it is. I will level the mountains and make roads of them. Do you understand? So everything that you see right now, mountain this, mountain that, mountain this, all of the mountains of the fathers will be made low. What's good?
It's all good, King. It's all good.
So all the mountains you see so-called in Africa are going to become valleys. And the valleys that you see are valleys are going, look, you can tell this right here. This used to be land. He literally calls for the lands to get puffed up. But if you bring this down, this is going to be leveled ground again. Here is a whole green pasture. This is not normal. So it's going to have to go down. So the Father literally jigsawed the whole entire land so people won't even know what they're looking at. That's powerful.
It's very powerful.
He has brought confusion to the Babylons. They're like, wait a minute, the land was right. Wait a minute. When the land right here, then we attack. It looked kind of different. It said the land quaked. So imagine while the people are coming into the land, the Father is changing the shape of the land at that moment. He's calling for the land to turn into what? Something else. He's changing it into something else. But then when the new leadership comes in, the mountains will be made away, and all the pastures and all the valleys will be exalted. They will be made into mountains. So the valleys will become mountains, and all the valleys now, all the valleys will be made mountains, and all the mountains now will be made into valleys. Everything's going to reverse. So when people say they know what they're talking about, they don't. I'm just telling you that now. They don't know. They have no clue what they know.
None.
They cannot tell you. They're lying to you. I'm telling you that now. They're lying to you. And the time's gonna come where no one will be able to lie to you no more. Look, none of them can by any means redeem either himself or his brother, nor give to Yah a ransom for him. That means you can only be redeemed by the methods and the standards on what the Father says you can be redeemed by. The word must redeem the word. You broke the word. You didn't break money. You broke the covenant. So the only way you can be redeemed is through a covenant. That's why he said he's going to give you a new covenant, because that's the only way you can be redeemed. If you do not accept the new covenant, you cannot come in to be his people. And I don't care how special you feel you are. That's why he says you cannot redeem yourself. Meaning what? There's no righteousness that you can do that will cause you to be redeemed before his eyesight. The only way you're going to be redeemed is by coming in and do what he told you to do, which is coming through the covenant. And that covenant is through the king. That's why he says in Hosea, when they look for the Father, it says, when you begin to look for the Father and King David, when you begin to look for God and it's not separated, it's together. Signifying what? He's bringing you right back to what it was said to you in Samuel, that you will always have a king before you, always. Then the Messiah says, hey, look, I'm not him. I gotta go away, okay? So don't think it's me. I gotta go away, because I'm not the son of David at all. But there's one who's coming who is. So Hosea, I think it's 3 and 4. There it is. Look what it says. So the Father can't receive your feast days and your Sabbath days the way you're going to be doing them, because you ain't got no shepherd over you to watch over it. Prophet with a king. So if you have now these feast days and you don't have no king or no prophet there amongst you, guess what? The Father can't receive it because it's out of balance. It's not the way he ordained it. Then I said to her, you must then I said to her, you must live with me for many days. You must not be promiscuous or belong to another, owned by another. And I will do the same for you. For the Israelites must live many days without king or prince, without sacrifice or sacred pillar, and without ephod or an idol. Afterwards, meaning what? After you come right back out of this, this is the new covenant right here. So this is the old covenant that is passing away. Boom. And here is the new covenant being brought back. And look what it says in the last days. Afterward, the people of Ebo will return. They will do what? They will return. And do what? And seek the Creator, the Most High, their judge. And wait a minute, hold up. If it was just only him that you can only say, well, I'm only just taking the father and King David. But the father says, look, you have to look for not only him, but also the king. If you don't have the king, then your feast days are abominable. Your Sabbath days are abominable. Anything you're trying to do is abominable because he has said what he has said, and to try to go against it now cause for the father says, I have now, since we have rejected this word right here, I will reject your feasts. I will reject your days of you trying to have these solemn assemblies. I will reject what you're trying to teach. I will read for me, since you have rejected my words. If my words hold no place with you, you have no right to take my covenant in your mouth. That's fair. That is balance. We either take all the Father or we take none of him. We can't pick and choose what we like. Pick and choose what's okay. What's, what's feeble for us. What's sufficient for us. When the Father says he will not take us back unless we have a king. That's the word. And we see it right here. Afterward, the people of Israel will return and seek the Father. And that would be the end of the story. Boom. But it's not. What you made in 1 Samuel, what you asked for a king, the Father is still holding you to it still. When he took away the kingdom, he took away the king, the prince, and everything else that goes along with it. But then when he brings you back, he's bringing everything else that came along with it, which is the king. So they would seek the Father, their judge, and David, their king. Meaning what? I'm only going to deal with you as with the king. I'm going to talk to the king, and the king is going to speak to you because you're up under the king, not over the king. They will come, watch this, trembling to the Father and to his goodness in the last days. You know why? Because people are going to be hard-headed.
Yep.
And they're going to say we ain't got no king. And they're going to try to fight against the Father, against what he done said. And so the Father's going to have to show them, since you don't want to believe generation, I'm going to be a show me generation. I'm going to show you what I mean, that I'm saying what I mean, and I mean it. That you could try to say what you want to say, believe what you want to believe, but it's still what I have said to you. So you can let people fool you if you want to. You can let them play with you if you can allow people to play with your mind if you want to. But it ain't going to hurt them. It's going to hurt you. The Father has said what he said, and he meant it. He has not changed his mind about this. And he will not change his mind about it. Now, let's go on back to Samuel. All right, follow me to start at verse 5. On this one. So I'm going to Aramaic. He wants me to start at verse 5. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. I guess he want me to start at verse 5 because we ain't gonna start at verse 5. We're gonna start at the beginning. Psalms 49. Hear this, all you nations. This is literally going out to everywhere. It's the UK, Great Britain, Africa, everywhere, okay? This is being prophesied to the whole entire inhabitants of the earth. This is what the Father is doing at this very moment. Do y'all hear me? So this is a message you want to behoove. It's a message you want to hear. There's a witness being going forth right now into all the earth's atmosphere. It say he will strike the earth with the breath of his lips. Doesn't mean it doesn't matter. This doesn't work just because if people hear me or don't hear me. It's the fact that I'm speaking it. So since I'm speaking it, the Father's going what? I'm going to do exactly what he said. Okay. Hear this. And he's telling people what? Number one, hear it, right? And it say try to fight against it. It doesn't matter what you try to fight. What you say, oh, that's not true. It doesn't matter about you. It matters about what the Father said. Hear this, all you nations. That's everybody. Lottie-dottie, everybody. White, black, Mexican, Hispanic, natives, however you want to say it, it's everybody. If you alien, doesn't matter. It's for you too. And obey. Woo wee, right there. That is powerful. Hear this, all you nations, and obey. So he's telling the whole entire world, listen and obey what I'm about to say. All inhabitants of the earth. Look at this. It's everybody. All inhabitants. It doesn't matter what color you are. This message is for you. Listen up. Children of earth and the children of men together, the rich and the poor. My mouth will speak wisdom, and the meditation of my heart is intelligence. So forget your artificial intelligence, your AI. We're trumping that right now. I shall turn my ears to parables, and I shall speak my riddles with the heart. Wait a minute. What did he say he's going to do? He's going to turn his ears to parables, and I shall speak my riddles with the heart. Now, I'm going to speak my riddles through music. Are going to come forth. What the Father's going to do on the earth is going to happen in song. He's literally telling you the plagues that's going to come and involve on people who are on the earth, all the inhabitants. You're going to be taken over by plagues through music. Everything that's going to come upon you on this earth is going to come through music, melodies, harps, raps. Parables means raps. I shall turn my ears to parables. Rap is parables. It's a story within, it's literally a story, a hidden message within a song. And I shall turn my ears to parables and shall speak my riddles with the harp. The Father is literally going to lay the plagues on the earth through rap music or through rap tunes. He's going to rap the curses on the earth. I will not fear in the evil days. The evil of my enemies surrounds me. All who trust upon their power and are boasting in the abundance of their riches, like right now, the rich think they ain't got nothing to worry about because they think they're holding all the keys. But there's a rap song that's going to actually change all of that. A brother does not save, and a man does not give the Father his redemption. Meaning what? You cannot tell the Father what you can be redeemed by, but only what the Father has allowed it to be for redemption. The salvation of their souls, watch this, is precious. It labors for eternity. So therefore, he never said that you cannot be saved by man. He just said that man cannot tell you, he cannot tell the Father what will be suitable for redemption. That's what he said. There's a difference. You telling the Father said, oh, we can't be redeemed with this. Father said, look, you're going to be redeemed by whatever I said you're going to be redeemed with. But you can't tell me what you're going to be redeemed with and what you cannot be redeemed with. That's what he said. That you shall live for eternity of eternities, and you shall not see destruction. When you shall see the wise who die together with fools. Do you understand this? Right now we are at a time where we're seeing those who consider themselves to be wise, like the Black Hebrew Israelites, dying also with Christianity, with Christians. There's no difference right now. The ones who say that they're keeping the commandments of the Father are dying right along with the ones who say that they don't keep the commandments of the Father. Equally the same. How is that possible? When you shall see the with fools. Christianity literally means fools. The Christian Crusades was literally called the Foolish Cross, or the Crusades of the Foolish Cross. It's called the Foolish Cross. The Foolish Cross. That's all the Christian Crusades means. Together with fools and feeble minds, who are what? Living. No, who are perishing, and leave their possessions to others. Meaning what? People have been storing up their riches all this time, living a life, taking their time, taking people's riches, fleecing the flock and whatnot, and think they're going to live a good, lavish life. And the Father says these people are perishing. They're dying right now at this time. Their graves are their houses for eternity. Do you see that right there? They're going to be dead forever.
Wow.
What they trusted in and thought that they actually have, their houses, is now the grave forever. Their graves are their houses for eternity. So they're going to put all their money into building their houses on the earth. And now they have died, having no value. And now the value of them is forever having them in the grave, never to get up again, never to live again on this earth. Their graves are their houses for eternity, and their dwelling, watch this, for a generations of generations. And they read the names in the ground. That's a sepulcher, a headstone, a tombstone, reading what they did. Here lies my mom, here lies my dad, the greatest of all. That is your memory that you left behind forever. With your tombstone. What do you want on your tombstone? A man is not sustained in his honor, but ends up an animal and resembles one. This, their way, is a subversion to their soul. Look at this. So people think because they get honor from men, that will like cause for them to, I guess, inherit good for eternity. But he says that's not how it happens. Just because you receive honor from men on the earth does not mean you're going to receive honor in the next place where you're going. It says this, their way, is a subversion to their souls. Meaning like it's a trap to them. The way people live, the way that people think is your own trap. Your own undoing. It's your overthrow. Your ruin. See, it is. To overthrow or ruin. It's your ruin. To think this way is to overthrow yourself in its ruin. Wow.
Subversion.
It's to undermine you, to think this way. This, their way, is a overthrow to their souls. A man is not sustained in his honor, but ends up an animal and resembles one. That's why they call them the beast. So we got, this man, this kingdom, who is of a beast. He's literally a man, and he has all this honor, but ends up an animal and resembles one. Now, where did this happen at? This happened with Nebuchadnezzar. A man is not sustained in his honor, the head of gold, but ends up an animal. Take away the heart of flesh from him and give him a heart of a beast and resembles one, resembles a beast, but ends up an animal. But ends up what? A beast, and resembles a beast. This their way is a subversion to their souls. This their way is a overthrow to their souls. And in the end, they will feed like sheep with their mouths. They're gonna end up eating grass. Look at this. That's exactly what happened. Remember? Nebuchadnezzar. So, like I told you, the Father would literally use Nebuchadnezzar for all the kingdoms that would come from him to show what would be the end of those kingdoms. That this beast, this man who was a man who used to eat regular food, his heart was taken from him and given the heart of a beast, and he was forced to lead out of his own kingdom and was forced to eat grass like a sheep. What's good? Now that's powerful.
Wow.
That's powerful. So let's get that.
Yes,
People are like, wait a minute,
yes.
what? Nebuchadnezzar ate grass like him? Yes. So right here, he literally telling you the end from the beginning. Nebuchadnezzar, I'm probably spelling his name wrong all day long, eats grass. Daniel 4, he said, you will be forced from your kingdom and made to eat grass. King Nebuchadnezzar, you will be forced to go away from people. You will live among the wild animals. That's what he just said right there. Look what he just said. He just said it. A man is not sustained in his honor. Nebuchadnezzar is not sustained in his honor, but ends up an animal and resembles one. This their way, meaning what? The kingdoms of this world until the what? Until the end of the Gentiles be. This is all talking about the end of the Gentiles. The whole kingdom of the Gentiles will be ones who will not be sustained in their honor. So they will start off with honor, but it will not be. But they will end up being an animal and resembles ones and made to eat grass in the end, like a beast. You will live among wild animals. You will eat grass like sheep, like cattle. And you will become what would do. 7 years will pass, and then you will learn this lesson. You will learn that the Father rules over human kingdoms and gives them to whomever he wants. Remember from the beginning, he started this off with, listen up, kingdoms of the world. Everybody, listen up. Hear this, all you nations, and obey inhabitants of the earth. This is to everybody. A man is not sustained in his honor, but ends up an animal and resembles one. This, their way, is an overthrow to their souls. And in the end, they will feed. And in the end, and in the end, and in the end, they will feed like sheep with their mouths. Meaning what? Just like Nebuchadnezzar was made, so will the nations be made to eat grass. Meaning what? Their face is going to be bowed low into the ground, just like cattle, and made to eat dust, made to eat grass. What is that right there? They shall lick the dust off of your feet. How we doing? That's the nations being forced. Kings will be your foster fathers. So we got Isaiah 60 and 14. Kings will be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursery mothers. They will bow down before you with their faces to the ground. Ooh, sounds like this. They will be made to eat grass like cattle. Down before you with their faces to the ground. They will lick. Those who hope in me will not be disappointed. What's good? What's good? Here it is again, future glory of Zion. The sons of your oppressors will come and bow down to you. All who revile you will fall face down like cattle to the grass, right? Fall face down at your feet and call you the city of the Father, Zion of the Holy One of Israel. They're going to fall face down. See, the nations. May people serve you and nations bow down to you. May you be the master of your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed. They will be given up to Sheol, to the grave. They will be given up to the grave, and death will feed on them. Dang. The grave and death will feed on them. We having a smorgasbord today. We having a banquet on dead people.
Wow.
That means you are going to be rotten in your graves. The only thing that's reserved for you is to rot to death.
Wow.
That is your future glory to come, is you rotting in your grave. They will be given up to the grave, and death will feed on them. They will be given up to the grave, and death will feed on them. Meaning what? You will be rotting in your grave. From dust you was formed, to dust you shall return. That's what the death will feed on you.
Wow.
And the upright will rule over them in the morning. And the grassed out from their glory. Who wants to play with this? Because this word is about to be, that's in my mouth right now. I haven't even said yet everything that has to come out. But when it comes out, who gonna want to play with this? He's already laying down in front of you. If you actually go against what I'm about to say, when it comes out, this is what's going to happen to you. And you'll hear about it. So it's going to be some people who's going to laugh, and they're going to, play with it. And when they play with it, you're going to hear about them on the news. You're going to hear about them in different, people who are no longer here amongst us. Like, man, that was a good teacher, you know what I'm saying? I learned a lot from them, you know what I'm saying? But one day, they were speaking, and it just killed over. And I was like, man, this person was holy and set apart and everything like that, so why they died while they were speaking the word of the Father? You know what I'm saying? I just want to figure that. Why, when they was preaching, they died while they was preaching. Just want to know that. Because this is the word that the Father's put in my mouth to say to the people, to warn you all. This is to everybody. Because everybody see themselves as special. So I'm going to show you how special you have to be to do this word right here. We're going to show you how special you got to be. Doubt it if you want to. But when it happens to you, and you show up in this place called Sheol, and death begins to feed on you, understand that another chance to come out. So either take heed, do it, and then when it happens to you, tell them I sent you. When you get there to say, oh, Heart of Psalm sent me here. Like, oh yeah, we got a place for you. Your space over here. He must have warned you. You didn't listen, huh? You must have thought he was just a human, right? And then understand he was actually a cherub who was actually the son of the Most High. He done told you all these stories. How you gonna have all these magnificent stories, literally, and can back them up with scripture, and then he be a lie? Make that make sense? How is he gonna see the Messiah? The Messiah gonna see him. He just want to show himself to him, right? Just want to do some chit chat. How you doing? Hey, it's time. All right, and leave. unless it's a purpose behind it. You will never see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in my name. The one who will show honor to him, then the Father and the Son cannot show honor to you. What's good? But no one in the church can say that because they never seen him. But swear by all day up and down that they know him, but never one time seen the Messiah. Never one time seen him. But the one who has seen him, got testimony of it, people don't believe. People choose to believe people who are teaching them so-called Torah when they actually themselves go against the Torah. Yeah. Make that make sense. You know what I'm saying? So the Father will redeem my soul, and he will raise me up from the hand of. Look what he just said right here. Y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Psalms 49 speaks of a person being raised from the grave. The Father will redeem my soul, and he will, and he will raise me up from the hand of the grave. That means a person's going to be given up out the grave. He's not going to stay in the grave. King David is not going to stay in the grave. He's going to get up. He will not stay dead. He's going to get up. I love it. Do not fear when a man is made rich and the honor of his house increases, because he will not take anything in his death, neither does his glory descend after him. Because he blesses his soul in his life, he will acknowledge you when you bless him, and you will bring him to the generation of his fathers. He will not see light until eternity. A man who is in his honor is not sustained, but ends up an animal and resembles one. That means the kingdom of the nations will not remain as you see. So that means that Great Britain, who she called herself, the queen and all that stuff, and all these people, Great Britain, America, UK, all these places, China, all these places of greatness, they will all be made to eat grass, all be made to lick the dust of the feet of the Father's people. They will all be made low, because they all come from King Nebuchadnezzar. And as Nebuchadnezzar, who was the head, was made to eat grass, so must the rest of that body follow what the head has done. Ooh, I love that. It started with the head. And we know that everything, the anointing starts with the head and trickles on down. So whatever started with the head must also be in the rest of the body, down to the feet. And this they cannot deny. All the kingdoms of the earth comes from King Nebuchadnezzar, but except our kingdom, which came from the Father. Let's get back to Samuel. And Saul also went home to Gibeah, and there went him a band of men whose hearts the Father had touched. But the children of Belial said, how shall this man, who is Samuel, save us. And they despised him and brought him no presents, but he held his peace. Meaning what? They despised King Saul. They said, how can King Saul bring us salvation? And they despised the king and brought him no presents. They didn't bring King Saul nothing. But King Saul held his peace. So they despised the word of Samuel. See, now we see Saul defeats the Ammonites. Saul confirmed as king. Nahash, the Ammonite, came up, and all the men of Jabesh said unto Nahash, make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee. And Nahash, the Ammonite, answered them, on this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may thrust out all your right eyes, and lay it for a reproach upon all, Ebo. And the elders of Jabesh said unto him, give us 7 days respite, that we may send messengers unto all the coasts of Israel. Look at this. That I may thrust out all your right eyes. The covenant with you, that I may thrust out all your right eyes. Celebrities. Covering one eye. It's part of a covenant. Because of it being said right here. On this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may thrust out means take out all your right eyes. Leaving you what? With the left eye. So the eye they cover over here is the left eye. Leaving the right eye for the other side. Thin out the right eye, but instead of the right eye, leaving the right eye in the eye socket and get rid of the left eye. That's why even on TLC, people don't even understand it. Left eye was called, that's why she was called left eye. It was in symbolic of them covering their right eye. See, right here. Her name was called left eye because it's symbolic of them covering the left eye, leaving the right eye open. These cover what? The left eye. Watch. Celebrities. Cover what eye? See, the same side as Lisa Lopez's side was closed. Same side is being covered. This one's on a different side. This one's over here. This one's over here. Why the celebrities cover one eye in their pictures? It's signifying of a covenant. Lisa Lopez covered her left eye with a condom early in TSC as a way to promote safe sex in the 90s. No, it wasn't. She was literally a part of it. She started wearing an eye patch over her left eye early in her career as well. Samuel L. Jackson, Lionel Richie, Robert Downey Jr., Jack Nicholson, Robin Williams, Gwen Stefani. What's her name? The crazy girl? Lady Gaga, Justin Bieber, Johnny Depp, Beyonce, Drake. I don't know who that is right there. This is, can I think of her name? But she played in Higher Learning. Justin Timberlake. It's to show that they are part of a, not just a secret society, but to show that they are part of a covenant. This is a covenant being made. And I see this covenant can be made with them either showing it on the right eye or the left eye. Why? Because over here we see the same thing. I will make a covenant with you that I may thrust out all your right eyes and lay it for a reproach. So by them covering this eye up makes a reproach on the one covering the eye. So all these celebrities have been reproached. That's powerful. So all this so-called riches they have, really, when they do this, they have been reproached. Now, let's see what the word reproach is. Is that a good word or a bad word? Just want to try to show you something. Disapproval. Their whole entire career is rebuked. That's
Reproach.
they have a career of rebuke, a career of blame, a career of discredit. Their glory is their blame. Their glory is their disapproval. They have been reproached. They have been scorned. The moment that they're doing this, people don't understand that they have been reproached. The moment they begin to do their eyes like this, they are now reproached. They are rebuked. They are disapproved. They are discredited. Oh, my milk of magnesia. Who wants to be a star? Who wants it? Who wants it? Look at all these discredited people. Every single eye that is covered, every single person covering their eye, they have been discredited. So you're up here looking at fame, but you're not looking at fame. You're looking at shame. This the wall of disinherited people. So the black eye club, the red eye club right here. You know, this right here is reproach. It's reproach. Every single person who has this is from the Fight Club. Fight Club, you had a black eye. Got the so-called Pope, who is reproach, a man of reproach, a man of sin, a man of discredibility. Anyone who walks like this is discredited before the whole entire Father. He's discredited right here. So whatever credibility he had in the eyes of the people, he's already showing as a sign of discredibility right here. The moment you do this, you are discredited. Discredited. So all your people you be listening to on the radio, discredited. How we doing? The price of fame is what? Credibility. You actually lose it by the moment you do this. Discredited. You can't take none of these people seriously. They're discredited. They are a walking contradiction, a singing contradiction. That's why it says those who sing the songs of fools. The song of fools. I love this song because you're a fool. That's why. It's my favorite song. That's even for Christianity too. It's a lot of, songs of fools in Christianity. Like I'ma take a trip in that good old gospel ship. That's a song of fools right there. We on for 2 hours and 34 minutes. Like, oh my goodness. It is better to heed the rebuke of a wise person than to listen to the song of fools. It's better to hear a man. It's better for a man to hear the rebuke of. It is better to listen to the rebuke of a wise person than for one to listen to the song of fools. There's a whole bunch of songs made for fools. It is better to listen to the rebuke of the wise man and pure wisdom than for one to listen to the song of fools and pursue stupidity. It is better to be rebuked by a wise man than to be deceived by the flattery of fools. They flatter you with their words, flatter you with the song. You're so beautiful, you're so lovely, you're perfect just as you are. Stuff like that, songs of fools. This song made me feel so good. I wonder why. Because you're a fool. That's why. Because you're a fool. You a whole fool. Just straight up fool. Correction from some wise is better is better by far than praise from fools. It is better to be rebuked by a wise man to be deceived by the flattery of fools. It is better to have wise people reprimand you than to have stupid people sing your praises. The industry produces songs for fools. Majority of the songs you hear are songs for fools. You done seen them sell out to the system, but somehow or another, they got wisdom in their mouth. What? We got Christian songs that make no sense whatsoever. I got one right there for you right now. It's the God in me. What in the world? This is the dumbest song ever. One of them, dumb, Song of Fools. Let's look at some of the words right here and see if we can find any scripture that aligns to what they're talking about. Because we can't find scripture for it. It's the Song of Fools. It sounded good, felt good. You thought it was good. Uh-oh. Our systems have detected unusual activity from your IP address, computer network. This page checks to see if it's really you sending the request and not a robot. I hate when it does this. All right. It starts off, I just want to tell the truth, man. Yes. Everybody around trying to, everywhere you go, man, you got a lot of shine. Yet I have it. Sound like the world, right? I don't know. From the sweat suit to the white tee to the Gucci. You can probably say people want to get like me. Are you serious? Where is the word at? But people probably thought it was the dopest song ever. Where is it? Where's the word? When you go home and what they can't see is you're on your knees. So the next time you get it, just tell them it's the God in me. What? They think I'm so fresh. They think I'm so clean. They think I'm so sweet. It's the God in me. This song is so deceiving, it's not even funny. What's the next verse? You see her style. You think she's nice. You look at her whip, you say the whip's tight. You look at her crib, you thinking she's paid. You look at her life, you think she's got it made. But everything she got, the girl's been given. She calls it a blessing, but you call it living. When it comes to money, she could be a hero. She writes them checks with a whole lot of zeros. The Bible says, say not, tell not your right hand what your left hand is doing. And she just put it in a song of what she's doing. Tell not your left hand what your right hand is doing. There it is. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. She is telling you exactly what she's doing. The word. This is the Song of Fools. That's why people gonna show up and say, did we not do this in your name and that in your name, and be thrown to hell, to the flames? Y'all better burn this song. Y'all better burn it quick. So when you give to the needy, do not sound a trumpet before you as the hypocrites do in the synagogues. The Messiah just called Mary hypocrites. She calls it a blessing, but you call it a living. When it comes to money, she can be a hero. She writes them checks with a whole lot of zeros. So when you give to the needy, do not sound a trumpet before you as the hypocrites do in the synagogues. This is her sounding the trumpet. Do in the synagogues, in the churches. Do not sound a trumpet before you as the hypocrites do in the churches and on the streets, to be honored by men. Truly, I tell you, they already have their full reward. This is her full that song. That is her reward. Because they say they love the song. It's a beautiful song right there. It's wonderful. I love it. It's great. That's her reward. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be what? In secret. And your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you openly. That's what Yah said to me. You know what I'm saying? Not the God in me, but what Yah said to me. That's the word. But what they don't know is when you go home and you get behind closed doors, man, you hit the flow. And what they can't see you, you're on your knees. So the next time you get it, just tell them it's the God in me. What in the world? They think I'm so fresh. They think I'm so clean. They think I'm so sweet. It's the God in me. It's the God in me. What is it you think you see? It's the God in me. No, it's not. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. What is it you think you see? Hypocrisy. When you see me, you don't know how much I pray. So what? So what? Why we need to know how much you pray? Don't know how much I gave. Why do we need to know how much you gave? Why? Don't know how. I'm just trying to explain. Why are you trying to explain how much you pray, how much you gave, how much you change? Why? It's the God in me. No, it's not. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. Yeah, it's hypocrisy. Hypocrites love this song. If you are a hypocrite, this is your song right here, boy. This is hypocrite song. They love this song right here. This song make them feel good because it's a hypocrite song. Hypocritical. It's the song of fools. Just saying, man. Now, Kurt Franklin, woo, let's not even get started on him. Songs of fools. You're going to sing these songs, you're going to go straight to hell singing them. Let me see. Let's do for Looking for You. Lyrics. I've been down so long. I've been hurt for so long. There were times I thought I would never see the break of day. It was hard for me to see your plan for me. Got it, thanks. Get out of my face, please. And I try to believe, sure it won't last always. The night, I pray, Lord, don't take your joy from me. And then late one night, I read in your love letter that it's gonna get better. It's not like the slave church back in the day. After you done got to seeing someone get lynched, they always told you it's gonna get better. I'm still waiting for the verse of scripture on this one. I'm just waiting. I haven't seen it yet. Don't you know that I've been looking for you? I realized nothing else will satisfy me. I'm so glad I found you. Now that I changed, no one can keep me away from you. And my enemies try to come for me, and they thought that my world was coming to an end. All the while, you knew that I would make it through. I feel closer to you now than when I first began. Okay, where is the word? Jesus, you are. Jesus, you are. Jesus, you are. You are my sunlight after the rain. Wherever you are, I just want to be near you. I'm so glad I can hear you. If you can hear me, you can hear him say the 10 commandments or hear him say the commandments, period. You can hear him say not keep Christmas, not keep Thanksgiving, not keep none of those things. Most people think that the Father is coming against just Christmas. No. See, in Jeremiah is coming against all of the holidays. All of them. People are like, what? Yes. He's not just coming against Christmas. See, that's what people think they know because that's all that they see. But they can't see the rest of it. The rest of it is the Father's coming against Halloween. He's coming against Thanksgiving. And he's coming against Christmas. He's coming against all of it. All in that verse of scripture. And I'm going to prove it. Ooh, 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 that's for the struggle. Ooh, 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 that's for the pain. Ooh, 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 that's for the dark nights. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jesus, you are. Jesus, you are. Jesus, you are. You are my sunlight after the rain. Wherever you are. I just want to be near you. I'm so glad I can hear you. Ooh, 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 outro. Song of Fools. Where is the word in this? Where's the word? Where is the word? I pray, Lord, don't take your joy from me. It says the joy of Yah is my strength. Song of Fools. Let's bring it out now. Jeremiah. They deck it with silver and gold. He is talking about all other holidays, not just one. And I'm gonna prove it. Oh yeah. So now when you post this, you can post this the accurate way, not just one way, as you've been taught by the Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm gonna teach you the correct way to post the scripture. You're gonna hit the holidays. When they be saying happy holidays, you done killed all of it with this verse of scripture. The Father is not coming against one thing and not coming against the rest of it. He's coming against all of it with one verse of scripture. People just get caught up in this. But that's not all he's saying. He's talking about all of their feast days. And I'm gonna prove it. Let's go. This part right here, they changed it to palm tree. But we're gonna change that. We're gonna find out what this palm tree is. And then you're gonna see the rest of the holidays in there. There it is. The sovereignty of Yah. Jeremiah 10. Here's the word of Yah speaks to you, O house of Isolele, or house of Ebo. This is what the Father says. Do not learn the way of the nations, the ways of the nations. So why would he say that Christmas is good, but won't come against all the other holidays that people were keeping? That doesn't make sense. So you mean there's scriptures against Christmas, but nothing against Halloween, nothing against Thanksgiving, but we speak against them too as well. There's got to be a reason for it. Do not learn the ways of the nations, or be terrified by the signs in the heavens. Though the nations themselves are terrified by them, for the customs of the people are worthless. They cut down a tree from the forest. It is shaped with a chisel by the hands of a craftsman. They adorn it with silver and gold and fasten it with hammers and nails so that it will not totter. We always know that this is what? None other than Christmas. What's the rest of them though? Like scarecrows in a cucumber patch. Wait a minute, hold up. What? Scarecrows? Where you gonna see scarecrows at? In a cucumber patch? Man, that sounds like Thanksgiving and like Halloween. Scarecrows. Scarecrow festival. Oh, my milk of magnesia. He is coming against the festivals. Scarecrows, festivals. So he's coming against your festivals that happens when? In the fall. He's coming against it. You always got to be the one. Let's go to the festival. There it is. And you see these festivals when? During Halloween and during Thanksgiving. So he's come against not only Christmas, but also come against Halloween and Thanksgiving. Boom. Scarecrow festivals. Scarecrow. What? Halloween. There we go. In and out movies called Scarecrow. He's come against all the holidays. With this verse of scripture, with this whole chapter, he is speaking against holidays, the holiday spirit. He's chopping it down. Chopped it down. Chop it down. Chop it down. Roll. How we doing? We doing all right? People see now like, wait a minute, hold up. Ain't no one ever brought this out. You mean he coming against Halloween equally the same as Christmas? Sure is. People could never find it. They be like, well, we know Halloween's wrong. We just can't really prove it by the scripture. Now you can prove it right here. The Berean Bible literally puts in here scarecrows. That's what I mean. They're upright like palm trees. Don't scarecrows stand upright like palm trees? And look at this. They're always in the form of a cross, right? 1, 2, a whole cross right there, right? So now we got the cross that's literally representative of the scarecrow. That's outlawed. Wow. Now, this is going to transcend into a whole bunch of other things that people keep for their stuff. There it is, the cross again. Right? Father is so powerful and unique. He just speaks one time and it covers all things, right? So we got scarecrow for Halloween. Scarecrow for what? Thanksgiving. In fact, this is exactly where the scarecrow would come from, because it was representative of a head. Now we got what? The jack-o'-lantern, right? There it is. Thanksgiving, scarecrow, give thanks. He's come against equally now against Thanksgiving. There it is again, the cross. Now, this is about to become very powerful right here. And you're going to see why. On Christmas, they always make an idol on Christmas. But see, scarecrows are also the same thing now as, watch, snowman. The snowman and scarecrow are one and the same. Here it is again, the cross, right there. But this time, there is a phallic symbol that's representative of this holiday. And it's with his nose. This is a penis, the phallic symbol of this holiday. This is the scarecrow, a snow scarecrow with a penis right here for a nose. Look at the arms right here, just like the scarecrow. That's what it is. That's all snowman is, a scarecrow. Look, right there, boom, scarecrow. That's all it is. So in all their holidays, they have scarecrows. So you got Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas scarecrows, and then you have the thing he's going against the tree. So he done came against all the things that details. He done came against not only just their holidays, but he came against the details of the holidays, Halloween and Thanksgiving. Then he comes against the Christmas tree inside of the house. Then he comes against the different ornaments that's going to be put on the outside of the thing. Watch this. There was no snow for Christmas. No one had enough to make this abominable snowman. No snow for Christmas. The Father literally came against their idols where no one had enough to do it. No snow for Christmas. No snow for Christmas, December 22nd. Western storm brings flood threats. Snow for Christmas. Most people had threats of floods. Then snow. No snow for Christmas. Morning is wet. The Father has never done this before. And then on top of that, he comes against equally the false Sabbath all on one day. He literally causes the Sabbath that our people keep to fall on Christmas Day. And no one has questioned something that's false. But then our Sabbath falls right on the same day that we speak against, and did not see that we ourselves have inherited a lie for the Sabbath. Is that not hypocrisy? Straight up hypocrisy. And our people don't see it. So since you don't see it, the Father rejects you as being priest before him. Meaning what? You are not worthy to teach. If you cannot see the lies that you keep, how you gonna teach? People are born here arguing me down because it doesn't match what they think. I'm gonna keep the Sabbath because Yahuwah told me to keep it. and I'm not gonna listen to the likes of you. And so I done said this stuff so many times. So then we got one of our own, Lemuel, busting down their doors. Like, knock, knock. Who's there? Simeon. With what? With a sword. Well, I'm coming through to chop down your Sabbath. Just like the king said. The king's orders. We're going to chop it down. So then I posted what Simeon had literally posted on that day. He's like, man, dang, y'all Sabbath really is false, as we've been saying. So we got Simeon. And when I posted it, people was like, whoa. And they found out that, watch this now, watch who gave them their Sabbath. Yeah, protector. All right, so we got, watch this right here. Busting their head to the white meat shows. They didn't want to hear this. Oh no. Then some girl gonna try to make it seem like I'm trying to get with her, like I'm thirsty, like you done lost your mind, like this. All right. So we got this right here yesterday, 7:53 a.m. Saturday. Sabbath was set in place in 359 AD by Helium II and Constantine, first of Rome. Look it up. Satan's name, Shaitan, in Hebrew equals 359, the same thing as the Sabbath that they keep. Saturn is the Roman god of time. Daniel 7:25, and he, the fourth beast, Rome, shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and dividing of time. Meaning what? The people of the Father shall be given into his hands. Meaning what? You're going to follow exactly the Sabbath that he sets before you. So your Sabbath that you keep all the time, Friday sundown and Saturday sundown, is literally devised by the beast. And there's nothing you can do about it. My beloved Israelite family, the perpetual Saturday Sabbath is also pagan, just as the day that it fell on, which was Christmas. And here I am. Yeah. Loving this all the way with laughter, because the stuff is hilarious, because our people don't listen. I tell them, they think I done lost my mind. And then this woman, she done lost her mind coming at me. I'm like, lady, do you know who I am? Your Sabbath is Christmas Day? Instead of people questioning and saying, do you know the people defended this? They defended this to the T. They defended it. Like, yeah, they have our day. We don't have their day. Our people they are so slow, like slow. Here we go. I'm at the post this. I'm gonna show you her too, because that right there was crazy. Monique Morris, Christmas is pagan. Okay, we know that. So then why your Sabbath end up on it then? On this page, that's what we're trying to show you. Why does it end up there? I said, so how could a Sabbath fall on this day then? If it's Christmas is pagan, right? See what I'm saying? Here it goes. Truth colors, honestly, never seen it happen until now. So, but the fact is that it did happen though. But it's still pagan and evil, right? Meaning everything is being revealed. Father is showing this is not his Sabbath. Then she says, prove it. I will keep his Shabbat until he says so. Do you see how it is? They're just stupid, just like Christians, right? I will keep his Shabbat until he says so, not you. So I'm going back and forth with her. I was like, can you even prove it's the Sabbath? Then she goes on, what? Isn't for me to prove. Wait a minute, what? The Bible says to prove all things. So she's now speaking against what the word says. The word says to prove all things. You don't want to go against me because I'm the one who will cut your head off with your own words. Prove all things. So she said it's not for her to prove. The word says to prove all things. So damn it, it is your job to actually prove it. If you keeping it, you need to prove it. Prove why you keeping it. Or forever shut up. Right? Prove all things, hold fast to that which is good. Abstain from Sabbath has fell on the freaking day that is abstained from it. Your Sabbath is Christmas Day. The Bible just says abstain from all appearance of evil. And the very hour of peace, which will be what? The very essence of Sabbath, a day of rest, and the very judge of rest, sanctify you holy. And I pray the judge, your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of the King, which is me. And then the King is here and tell you your stuff is off and you want to sit there and battle me. Just as the word said you will do. To prove that you never known the Father in the first place. Prove it. I will keep his Sabbath until he says so, not you. He ain't going to speak to you directly. He's already telling you. Can you even prove it's the Sabbath? It isn't for me to prove. Show me it's not. And show your witness or show. And I does it, right? She says, show me it's not. Okay. That's the wrong thing to say to me because I will do it. No, actually, you keep it. I don't. So you need to prove what you keep and why you keep it. Boom. Here I go. Jubilees chapter 6. And all the children of Yazarel will forget and not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. Verse 35. For I know, and from henceforth will I declare it unto you, and it is not of my own devising. From the Sefer lies written before me, and on the heavenly tablets. The division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant, and walk according to the feasts of the other nations, after their error and after their ignorance. It said it will not find the path of the years and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths. So if you're going to forget about the Sabbaths, how in the world are you going to keep them? Why would you not think that you got a wrong Sabbath if the word already says you're going to mess up on the Sabbath? But our people are ignorant. It has happened throughout our lives. Christmas has fallen on. I don't need to prove anything to you. I keep it because I love the Most High. Obviously, it's the opposite. You keep it because you hate the Most High. Shoe fly, stop talking to me. I never paid attention, to be honest. I haven't celebrated Christmas in years. And I don't miss it. Probably why I didn't notice. Laugh out loud, shalom. We don't have peace. But yet and still they're talking about like we do have peace. Truth colors, I really don't care about anything you are saying. I think you're the Antichrist. I don't respect you or your thoughts. She sound like a kid. But you know me, I just come in with a knife even that much more. And I just keep going and keep going till I make you say some stuff that you really can't back yourself up out of. That's what I'll do. And you will actually damn your soul messing with me. Now, next part. I haven't celebrated in about 5 years. It says he will be a stumbling block to both houses. That means when you start to defy what I'm saying to you, I'm pushing you towards the edge of where you're going to be pulled to the point of no return. You will say some to the point where you'll say some stuff to where you cannot backtrack up out of it. which will damn your soul. That is my job. So the best part is to take what I'm saying, run with it, or try to go against it. But it says he don't forgive rebellion. So I'm pushing you towards, once you begin to fight against me, I'm pushing you towards a part of no forgiveness. That's my job. Because the Father's the same way. When you go against what he says, he pushes you towards a point of no forgiveness. That's the same thing what happened. When they didn't believe that they can go into the wilderness and actually, conquer their land, the Father was like, Father, since you don't believe, you're being pushed to the point of where there's no forgiveness. They could not come back from that. No matter how much they wanted to come back from it, the Father was not hearing them to change his mind towards them not receiving the land no more, because they didn't listen to him the first time. So I'm the same way. So either take what I'm saying as true or don't take it as true. It's your fault because you didn't listen. You can't be, well, I didn't know. I'm telling you already what I'm here to do. Do not fight against what I'm saying because it will damn you. I haven't celebrated in about 5 years, but I know for a fact this isn't this only Saturday based on when or did celebrate. I kind of leaning towards going with the Sabbaths based on the new moon, but that's just my thought process. Meaning what? Ukulani is saying, I no longer keep the Sabbath, the Saturday Sabbaths, the Friday sundown Saturday Sabbath. I no longer keep that. She's trying to get her to see, like, look, what Yasha is saying is true. And she's doing it in a soft manner, though. Here she is. The calendar is so messed up. Now she got an excuse for it. The calendar is so messed up that it makes it difficult. What is she keeping? She's keeping the Nephilim timeline, the Nephilim calendar for the holy days of the Father, which is a no-no. Which ties up again to the I'm correct, but she don't want to hear what I got to say because she's so puffed up in pride. Makes it difficult. I just do what I can. To do what you can is not enough. You must do what the Father said to do. That's why he says you cannot tell the Father how to redeem you. You must do what he say do for redemption. You can't give what you want to give for redemption. You must give what he said to give to equal the amount for redemption. That's all we can do here. Shalom, King. I was like, how can I be the anti-Messiah? Anti-Messiah when I'm asking you about the true Sabbath. When I told you about it, you threw a fit. Like you don't care to know the true Sabbath. Wouldn't that be anti-Messiah? Not wanting to know or keep the real Sabbath? So I'm taking her words and I'm cutting her head off with it. Then she says, I'm a sis, laugh aloud, shalom. Now it's about to get good. She's like, you still bump? Go away. I don't talk to unlearned people. Wait a minute, what she just say? Watch me about to smack fire out of her with her own words. The counter is so messed up that it makes it difficult. I just do what I can. That's all we can do here. So she sounds unlearned right here, right? She sounds very unlearned when she said right here. The counter is so messed up, meaning what you don't know it. So since you don't know it, that makes you unlearned. But then she go over and say like, what? You still bump? Go away. I don't talk to unlearned people. Then I say to her, then she says, geez, the thirsty. I'm really not interested in you or your hamish ways. I tried to be nice. Nah, she's pissed off. I try to be nice. You're a clown. Now I'm about to show you what she looked like, and then you can be like, ooh, yeah. Talking to the unlearned, then you need to stop talking. Then because you are the unlearned. I smack fire with her own words. I was like, clown this. And I sent her what Simeon had posted. Saturday Sabbath was set in place in 359 by Hillel II and Constantine I of Rome. Look it up. Satan's name, Shaitan, and Daniel 7:25, and he, the fourth beast, saints of the Most High, and think to change times and law and the dividing of times. My beloved Israel, pagan, but she don't want to hear that. Then I was like, did you say third? Good thing Jazz is there because they try to get me off on that one. So was arguing with a man. I said, you better ask your girl, your Kalani, Kari, Israel. I have argued with plenty of men over what I know and believe in the lion's den, etc. So we're breaking this thing one down. Now, let me show you what she looked like over time about somebody thirsty. Like, are you serious? Like, I'm not the one to be played with. But since you want to play like that, let's bring that out, right? Like she got into her feelings instead of taking the taking the reprimand or taking the correction. She wanna try to go in like no. So thirsty over what? Thirsty over what? See what I'm saying? Like don't play with me. Don't do that. Thirsty over what? I'm just trying to help you to understand that you are in the wrong to get on the right days. Then you want to get all offensive or on the defensive instead of actually admitting you're wrong. So here we are. Now, which brings us to the other part of this. So we have a covenant the Father has made, all right? So we've seen this part right here, that I may thrust out all your right eyes and lay it for a reproach upon Israel. And the elders of Jabez said unto him, give us 7 days respite that we may send messengers into all the coasts of Israel. And then if there be no man to save us, we will come out to thee. Then came the messengers of Gibeah of Saul and told the tidings in the ear of the people. And all the people lifted up their voices and wept, saying what? They want us to give up our right eyes in order for us to have a covenant with them. That's wicked as I don't know what. You have to give us your right eye in order to be a covenant with us? Let's see what the Father answers with that. And behold, Saul came after the herd out of the field. And Saul said, what aileth the people that they weep? And they told him the tidings of the men of Jabesh. And the Spirit of Yah came upon Saul when he heard those tidings, and his anger was kindled greatly. That sounds like, so it says that in Psalm chapter 2, it says, watch, right? Right, Jazz? I think you're muted. I'm not sure.
I said, right on, my king. Absolutely.
Okay. Right. So this says that the Spirit of Yah came upon King Saul. So now watch this. It says his anger was ignited. He was angry. So we see the same thing going on in Psalms chapter 2. This must be the Spirit of the Father coming upon the king when his anger is ignited in an instant. And it's the Father what causing these people to perish from the way. The Father's like, you better listen, you better bow down to my king, or else my anger is going to come upon him. And the triumphant Messiah, the orange scepter, that same spirit of anger that is on Saul is the same thing that we see that is literally upon kiss the Son, lest he be angry and you perish from the way when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. It's the same exact thing that's going on right here with with Saul. The Spirit of Yah came upon Saul when he heard those tidings, and his anger was kindled great. It's the Father that comes upon the king in Psalms chapter 2. So you done said something, and then the fathers, look, save the Father with fear and rejoice with trembling. And then what happens? When you don't kiss the Son, boom, the Spirit of the Father comes upon the Son and have you killed by the direction of his Father. So it's the Father literally putting you to death through the king.
That's right.
Because you are not doing what the Father said do. He says to kiss, you pretty much kiss up to the king. People are like, well, you need to kiss this. He said, kiss up to my Son, kiss the Son, however you want to put it. Kiss the Son, make good with the Son, be on his good side, be on his good list.
That's
or
right.
perish from the way. When my spirit angers him in an instant and you die. The Father is putting you to death through the Son.
That's right.
It's the Father's order. Kill them. People just think, oh, it's just the king acting. No, it's the Father putting you to death because you are literally being disrespectful.
Disobedient.
If you die from the king in this manner, I mean, you're going to hell. You are going to hell. Okay? Understand that. You ain't getting no, it's no do-overs. Do not collect $200. Do not collect, go, do not, do not go past go. Do not collect $200. You're going straight to hell. I love this right here, boy. The Father's backing him. That's his anger. And his anger was kindled greatly. And he took a yoke of oxen and hewed them in pieces and sent them throughout all the coasts of Israel by the hands of messengers, saying, whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel, so shall it be done unto his oxen. Did you see what he just said? That is powerful. Whoever does not rally to the king and Samuel, as I've done to this oxen, I'm going to do to you. Oh, I love that. That means like obey or die. He took a yoke of oxen and hewed them in pieces. Hewed means cut them in pieces. He chopped them in pieces and then said he will threaten to chop the person just like he did his oxen if you do not show up. Axe, sword. He chopped, he hacked them to pieces. That is powerful.
Yes, it is.
He took a yoke of oxen and chopped them in pieces, hacked them in pieces, and sent them, saying, whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel. We see the same thing. Then where they what? Look for the Father and look for King David. Same thing. So shall it be done unto his oxen. And the fear of Yah, watch this, the Father was behind it. He was behind the word of the king. And the fear of Yah fell on the people. And they came out with one consent. Don't that sound like you give them your language? He says that they may worship me and praise me with one consent. Meaning what? They're going to follow you up under the orders of the king. Hallelujah.
Mm-hmm.
That is so powerful. So you said, no, you saw it like, that's Zephaniah right there. They will order, at the time you giving your language back is up. Whew, man.
Wow.
How long we been going? This is man, this is, I didn't expect it to be this long, but good thing I didn't say I was going to be short before the people. Y'all still rolling, people? Y'all still rolling, family?
Still rolling. Still rolling.
It is Israel restoration right here. Up under one king. On that day, they will say to Jerusalem, do not fear, O Zion, do not let your hands fall limp. Here it is, appointed faith. It's all right there. Hold on, let's do the songs. Let's do the language. It's all in here. They make there the purification of the nations. Up under one king, I will cut off the nations. Their corner towers are destroyed. I have made their streets deserted with no one to pass through. Their cities are laid waste with no man, no inhabitant. I said, surely you will fear me and accept correction. Told us all he's trying to do is get you to accept correction. Then her dwelling place would not be cut off if you would do what? Accept correction. It's right there. Our people refuse to receive correction. Therefore, that's why they still cut off.
Yep.
The moment that you come up under the king and receive correction, then you can go back to being a covenant people. A covenant people listens to correction from the king, from the prophets. Once you are not receiving correction, any person who don't receive correction is bastard, not set apart. Set apart for destruction. Then her dwelling place would not be cut off, despite all for which I punished her. But they rose early to corrupt all their deeds. Therefore, wait for me, declares the Father, until the day I rise to testify. That means he's going to bring you back through testimonies. What's good? How are we doing? And he shall testify of me, the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father in my name. He will testify about me to you. He will take what is mine and disclose it to you. He's going to bring you back through testimonies. He's going to preach the gospel through testimonies. What's good? For my decision is to gather the nations through what? Testimonies. We overcome by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of our testimony. To assemble the kingdoms, he's going to assemble the kingdoms through testimony. Blessed is he who comes in my name. Well, he's going to be testifying that he saw the Messiah. How are we doing? To pour out upon them my indignation, all my burning anger. Same thing like with Saul. For all the earth will be consumed. All the earth will be consumed. For all the earth will be consumed by the fire of my jealousy. A faithful remnant. For then I will restore pure lips to the peoples. When they're what? Up under one king. that all may call upon the name of Yah and serve him shoulder to shoulder from the beyond the rivers of Cush. He said, one part says they would serve him with one consent. Let's go find that one. There it is. For then will I turn the peoples to a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of Yah to serve him with one consent. It just said the same thing right here in Samuel. Excuse me. Whosoever cometh not forth after Saul and after Samuel, so shall it be done unto his auction. And the fear of Yah fell on the people, and they came out with what? With one consent. The same way your language is being restored is because it was the king who gave a word. And based off the people listening to it, it caused them to come together under one consent. But he threatened their life and said, if you don't listen, this is what's going to happen to your oxen. And the Father calls for his fear. This is going to be the same time when the Father restores the fear of Yah back into the people, when they come up under one consent. One consent means one king, one nation. A king, a kingdom with one, the nation with one king, one shepherd. One shepherd signifies one king. The Messiah says, tonight I strike the shepherd. Or even has that's like I saw Israel without a shepherd. That's after the king was killed. So the king represents shepherd, the one shepherd. So Michael declared, 1 Kings 22:17. How we doing? We doing good, family? Y'all able to follow along? But the king said unto him, how many times must I swear to you? Make you swear not to tell me anything but the truth in the name of the Father. So Micaiah declared, I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. And the Father said, these people have no master, no king. Let each one return home in peace. Then the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, did I not tell you that he never prophesies anything good for me, but only bad? So the shepherd, the one shepherd means one king. When the Messiah stepped ashore and saw a large crowd, he had compassion on them because they were like sheep without a shepherd, without a king. And he began to teach them many things. When he saw the crowds, he was moved with compassion for them because they were harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd, a king, a people without a king. I love it. However, a certain man drew his bow without taking special aim, and he struck the king of Israel between the joints of his armor. So the king said to his charioteer, turn around and take me out the battle, for I am badly wounded. What's about to happen to this king? He's about to die. He's about to die. Like a hunted gazelle, like a sheep without a shepherd, each will return to his own people. Each will flee to his native land. Let's read what happens to the 1 Kings 22 and 34, 35. This king is about to die. Ahab's defeat and death. 1 Kings 22 and 34, to show you that the one shepherd signifies a king. Giving you the orders. The battle raged throughout the day, and the king was propped up in his chariot facing the Arameans. And the blood from his wound ran out onto the floor of the chariot. And that evening, what happened? He died. And this is exactly what Micaiah saw. Micaiah declared, I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. Meaning what? A king. And this is what happened to the king. He died. There it is right here. So we saw this the day that the king dies. And the people are like sheep without a shepherd, without a king. I love this. This is powerful. And David put his hand on his bag and took thence a stone and slang it and smote the Philistine in his forehead, that the stone sunk into his forehead and he fell upon his face. And when the Father said from the beginning, when he says that I will give, that a man's heart will be turned into that of a beast, and he will be made to eat grass like sheep, his face hitting the earth. I love that. The references in here are just so impeccable. And when he numbered them in Bezek, the children of Isolele, or the children of Ebo, and the men of Judah, 30,000. And they said unto the messengers that came, thus shall ye say unto the men of Jegabesh, Gilead, tomorrow, by that time the sun be hot, you shall have help. And the messengers came and showed it to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. Therefore the men of Jabesh said, tomorrow we will come out unto you, and you shall do with us all that seemeth good unto you. And it was so on the morrow that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and they came into the midst of the host in the morning watch, and slew the Ammonites until the heat of the day. And it came to pass that they which remained were scattered, so that the 2 of them were not left together. Saul confirmed as king, and the people said unto Samuel, who is he that said, shall Saul reign over us? They about to kill them, they about to mess them up. Bring the men that we may put them to death. Wait a minute, hold up. The same ones who were speaking against Saul now is about to be put to death by the people. Who wants some? And Saul said, there shall not a man be put to death this day, for today the Father has wrought salvation in Isolele, or in Ebo. Then said Samuel to the people, come and let us go to Gilgal and renew the kingdom there. The kingdom was renewed where? In Gilgal. Come, let us go to Gilgal and renew the kingdom there. So where they started out at is not where the kingdom is. Oh, I love it. It's the gate. It's the beginning. And let us go to Gilgal and renew the kingdom there. And all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Father in Gilgal. And there they sacrificed sacrifices of peace offerings before the Father, and there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly. Peace offerings mean what? They have now found peace with the Father. The Father is no longer raging against them by having the Philistines triumph over them. Whenever people rule over you, it's because the Father no longer have peace with you. But the moment you have peace is when the Father raises up a Savior to fight on your behalf. So at this time, the Father has raised up a king before you. You will be ignorant to fight against him, because you'll be fighting against your so-called Now watch this. The Father, the judge of judge, Father Isaiah has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the settings. From Zion, Father has shown a glorious crown. Father will come and will not be silent, and fire will devour before him, and it will storm around him greatly. He shall call heaven from above into the earth to judge his people. Gather unto him his elect ones, who establish his covenant by sacrifice. Heaven will show his righteousness, because the Father is judge. Hear my people, and I shall speak to you. And Israel, I shall testify to you. I am Isaiah, your judge. I shall not rebuke you concerning your sacrifices, and your offerings are always before me. I shall not take bulls from your house, neither goats from your field, from your fold, because all the animals of the wilderness are mine, and the cattle that are on the hills, and the bulls. I know every bird of the sky, and the animal of the wilderness is mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, because the world in its fullness is mine. I do not eat the flesh of calves or drink the blood of goats. Offer thanksgiving to the Father and fulfill your vows to the highest. So thanksgiving is what? It is literally a, how do you call it? Imitation. Thanksgiving is an imitation to the real thing. Thanksgiving Day is an imitation to the real feast. Offer thanksgiving to the Father and fulfill your vows to the highest. Call upon me in the day of trouble. I shall strengthen you, and you shall glorify me. The Father says to the sinner, this will be to our people and everyone else. Now, this is where we get into the meat of everything. We're about to get very serious. The Father says to the sinner, what business do you have with the books of my commandments, that you have taken my covenant in your mouth? Like, who are you to speak my covenant? But you have hated my instruction, and you have cast my words behind you. So if the Father done said that the only way you're coming back is through a king, but you have a problem with that, then who are you to declare his promises or declare his commandments amongst yourselves? Any takers? We see that the Father said that you're going to come back to a king. So if you're going to come back to a king and you're fighting against that, now your words that you teach is abominable. The Father cannot receive what you're saying. He says, at the moment when you start to reject a king, the Father says, what business do you have with the books of my covenant, of my commandments, that you have taken my covenant in your mouth? Meaning what? You don't have a right to speak this word. You don't have a right to speak this word. Not at all. How we doing? You don't have a right to speak this word. Not at all. People are defiled. It said the books of my covenant. It's like, now watch this. So everyone talking about the Sabbath, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, Father's like, who are you to take a right? Who are you to declare my covenant? If you have seen a thief, you have run with him, and you have put your lot with the adulterer. Look at this. He said you're keeping the same thing that they keep. If you have seen a thief, you have run with him, and you have put your lot with the adulterer. Meaning what? You're no different than them. If your Sabbath ended up on Christmas, that means you are an adulterer, just like the pagan people worship, the pagan worshipers. You are reduced to the same exact thing as a pagan worshiper. You are no different. Your lot is with them. Your mouth has spoken wickedness, and your tongue speaks deceit. You're saying what? The Sabbath is on Saturday. This is the feast days, and your tongue has taught you deceit. Out your mouth is coming lies. You have been sitting and plotting against your brother. You have been mocking against the son of your mother. You have done all these things, and I have been silent to you. You had hope that I would be evil like you, but I shall rebuke you and shall set them in order before your eyes. Meaning what? I will rebuke you to your face. Understands this. Those who forget Yah, lest you be crushed, and there is no one to deliver you, no one to save you. So all the things you think you're doing in the Bible way in destruction. He who offers thanksgiving is show him the way of the salvation of our Father, or as our judge. But you got to be willing to what? Listen. Who are you to take my covenant in your mouth? What hast thou to declare my statutes? And thou hast taken my covenant in your mouth. But to the sinner, the Father said, why dost thou declare my ordinance? Why do you declare my ordinances and take up my covenant in your mouth? I love that. Let me go there. I love that when it says you don't have the right. You don't have the right to mention my laws or claim to keep my agreement. But to the wicked I say, you don't have the right to mention my laws or claim to keep our agreement. Now, if the Father is saying this, that means something detrimental is coming to the earth. To the wicked I say, you don't have the right to mention my laws or claim to keep our agreement. You refused what? Correction. And rejected my commands. You made friends with every crook you met. And you like people who break their wedding vows. You talked only about violence and told nothing but lies. You sat around gossiping, ruining the reputation of your own relatives. When you did all this, I didn't say a word, and you thought the Father is just like us, but now I will accuse you. You have ignored me, so pay close attention, or I will tear you apart, and no one can help you. The sacrifice that honors me is a thankful heart. Obey me. Owned by Yah. And I, your judge, will show my power to save. Through what? Obedience. Y'all be quiet up in the sanctuary today. This thought for sure it will be some shouting today. People be shouting down the doors, saying, I can't wait for this message right here. I know. You got quiet on Facebook, got quiet on YouTube. It be quiet when I speak. I don't see nobody really saying anything. It just be quiet. So quiet. It's funny because on other pages, like, St. Jonathan's page and stuff like that, they got constant, like a whole bunch of just comments on there. Someone said, powerful, my king, keep going. The king has killed your Sabbath. He said he just killed your Sabbath. Your Sabbath just got killed. Someone said she looked lost like a bird. The king just killed y'all Sabbath. Killed it.
Yep.
So no one who is not listening to the king has any right to take this word in their mouth. Anyone who's not listening to the vows of what the Father has given to us in Samuel has no right to even declare the 10 Commandments or anything else. Why should you recite my commandments? Why should you talk about my covenant? If you can't listen to what the Father said, which is he give you a king, and you reject that, then so this is what's going to happen. And I want y'all to hear me well and hear me loud and clear. I'm about to post this thing right here that is going to scare when it happens. It may not scare people now, but when it starts to take place all over the earth, People be like, wait a minute, hold up. What'd he say? Watch this. Notice we read about Samuel. We read about Saul. It says, I will cause him to draw near. I will cause him to draw near. It is the Father who calls the person to draw near. He calls for Saul to draw near, and he calls for everyone to draw near. He calls for Moses to draw near. He says it again when he's renewing the covenant. It's in Jeremiah 30 and 21. It's a restoration of Jacob. That's of his people. Notice he's doing the same thing what he did with Saul. He's doing the same thing all over again. The children will be as in the days of old. This is what? Going back to the covenant. I'm renewing them. I'm showing them my salvation. My salvation is a covenant. The only way to be saved is through a covenant. No other way. The Savior is through a covenant. The King is through a covenant. And their congregation will be established before me. And I will punish, watch this, all their oppressors. Why? Because they're in a covenant. Their leader will be one of their own, and their ruler will arise from their midst. And I will bring him near, and he will approach me. For who would dare on his own, to approach me, declares the Father. Now hear what he just said to you. And I will bring him near, and he will approach me. Meaning what? He can take my covenant in his mouth. So to approach the Father is to take his covenant in your mouth. If you have rejected what the Father said while you are speaking, the Father will slay you with the covenant in your mouth. If you have no right to speak this covenant, you're going to begin to start to die from your own words. Why? Because the word is a double-edged sword. It's literally a sword in your mouth. So as you're speaking, it's going to be cutting and killing you at the same time. And you will be judged guilty because you yourself did not take what I said to you as literally as the word of the Father. That's on you. So while a person is going to be, the intents of their heart is going to be known, whom the Father did not bring near to him. Therefore, they would have what? Done a reproach or done something that's not right. Let me look at y'all real quick to give you an understanding of this. All right. It's been said of years ago where people had the priest, okay? So the priest will go into the holies of holies and he will have a bell on him. And as long as you hear that bell, you know he's alive. That bell ringing, he's alive. The moment you no longer heard the bell is because he was dead. You have to pull him out. So this is nothing new. If the people's sins was forgiven, he was allowed to live. If the people's sins was not forgiven, he was killed. So it's the same thing. As he has the covenant in his mouth for the people, the Father's like, who are you to come before me? He was slain, right? Father can never kill all the people, but this would show the people that they were not forgiven. So it's the same thing with the people. People are going to open their mouth, and while they have the word in their mouth, speaking whatever they think the Father is saying, they will be dying. Because while they're speaking, the word will be judging them in their hearts and the methods of what they're teaching and saying. And the Father's like, he's going to bring them before him. It's going to bring them before him like, who are you? Why are you speaking my word? Like I said, you could not listen to the king, but you want me to listen to you. If you can't listen to the king that I've chosen for you, I'm not. He says what? Since you have not received what I'm saying, I rejected you as being priests before me. Therefore, you have no right. So what stance do you have to be before me, trying to speak my words? Since you will not receive the king I placed before you, I rejected you as being priest before me. So no priest is supposed to be coming before the Father unannounced. Therefore, you are now in what? Transgression of the law. You are now not holy children, but you are the children of Belial, the children of the devil.
Yes.
You are going to be killed with the very words that your
Yes,
mouth
sister.
that you're trying to speak. You're going to be killed with the words that your mouth. Now I'm up here telling the people what is going to happen to them as the people are not listening to what the Father is doing. Their children will be as the days of old, and their congregation will be established before me, and I will punish all their oppressors. Their leader will be one of their own, and their ruler will arise from their coach me. Now, we start off earlier with Hosea, where it says, my people are perished, for they are destroyed for lack of knowledge of my law, where I reveal my will. Because you, the presently nation, the priestly nation, have rejected knowledge, I will also reject you from being my priest. Since you have forgotten the law of your judge, I will also forget you. To the Father saying that he's giving you a king. Neither one of you, Black Hebrew Israelites, Bantuisms, Christianity, whatever you want to call yourself, the Father has rejected you. And the time's gonna come when people are gonna be speaking to you what they think the Father is saying. It ain't gonna be no meat on the mountain. It ain't gonna be settled this on the mountain. It's gonna be settled this by the word. It's gonna be you speaking a word and the Father killing you for speaking wrongly what you have no business to speak. If you cannot receive the king whom the Father has placed before you, then the Father's going to begin to start to reject your words as you speak. And therefore, it will be a total unauthorized movement. And if it's unauthorized, then it is damned by your own words. By your words, watch this. See how this is going to tie in perfectly with your words. Because you're going to take the word in your mouth and it's going to cause you to be damned. By your words. You are justified, and by your words, watch this, you are judged. Ooh. Since you said we don't have no king, but except the Father says, all right, then I have rejected you as being my people. Why are you speaking my words? For by your words you shall be justified, and by your words you shall be condemned. Since the Father's words has no place in you, or when he says you have a king forever, and he's not talking about the one who say, because he says I got to leave and send you another. That is the king he's talking about who's going to come after him. Since you have rejected or receiving this king who he's going to send in his name, the Father has rejected you. So by your own words, you are either justified by saying we receive him, or by your words, you are condemned by saying we don't receive him and try to take in his law and try to teach it yourself, and therefore you will be condemned. Your blood will be on your own heads. Why? For the word of Yah is quick, edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of your soul and spirit. That's death. And of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. So as you are speaking the word is discerning you, peeping you out. See if you're one who is obedient or one who is disobedient. And while you have the word in your mouth, by your words, you will be condemned. Speaking the word of the Father, being what? Unauthorized and uninvited to stand before him as a priest. Since his word has no place in your heart to have a king, then you have no place to be before him as a priest. For heaven and earth will pass away before his word passes away. That means you too. You can play with those words if you want to, but this word right here is that word that you want to take to heart. So, y'all need to go read or go check up and see who brought forth COVID-19. Since 2017, I've been saying there's a green light on your life. Guess what? It happened. I've spoken other things in songs that took some time, and it happened. So now I'm telling you right now, you're going to be seeing people doing lives, having the word, teaching it, and they're going to die right there with the covenant in their mouth that the Father's already said, who are you to take my covenant in your mouth, since you are a sinner? A sinner is a person who has literally broken the law. It is in our law for us to have a king whom the Father makes and devises for us. If we will not receive that, then who are we to speak his laws, speak his covenant, to speak his commandments? And this goes forth to the whole entire world. Is it Christianity? It's not going to just be in black Hebrew Israelites too as well. They're going to be dying. Bantus, the ones who's teaching that stuff, they're going to be dying too. Because the Father has devised and said, you shall have one shepherd. And if you are not the shepherd that the Father has devised to be amongst the people, then your own words will kill you. And when you consider this, on the day when it happens, you'll be like, he said it. It happened. May not happen now. May take a year or two before it happens. But it's been happening, sprinkling here and there. This is the word the Father put in my mouth to tell everybody. He said, put it out there that the time is coming where I'm going to kill people who has my word in their mouth right to speak of the covenant in any shape, form, or fashion. Because you prove yourself to be an idol. That's why the word says what? To come to the rock, fall on it, and be broken. Or to have the rock fall upon you and ground you to powder. You're not submitted to the word. You're trying to be against the word and trying to exalt your will over it. So the Father will kill you and have no problem doing it. Believe or don't believe. But if you want to know where COVID-19 came from, go to Left Chef to Healing Marie videos. Check back in 2017, 18. Start listening to my videos. You start hearing stuff like, there's a green light in your life. Just go listen to them. And you'll be like, wait a minute, that's COVID-19. Yep. It took place, 2 or 3 years after that? 2019, when I said it, the Father told me to put it on also the black Hebrew Israelites. Guess who's been getting hit with the COVID-19 as well? The black Hebrew Israelites. Our people been getting hit as well as the whole entire world. The whole entire world has been blanketed by a plague, a curse from my mouth over the nations. Play with it if you want to. So I'm putting another curse out there. Anyone who cannot receive what the Father has said to be, you're going to have the word in your mouth, and the Father's going to allow you to be slippery in your ways. He's expecting you not to listen. So he's going to take you in your craftiness, and your way is going to become very slippery slope in the darkness where you can't see where you're going. And one day you're going to open your mouth to speak the word, and while you're speaking it, you're going to come before the Father. Father will be like, I don't know you, and slew you right there. He's going to kill you right there on live. You ain't going to know what's happening, but people just going to see you just kill over. And all people was like, oh, so-and-so died on live. We was just getting the word one night and he just killed over, or she just killed over. The The Baptist preacher just killed over. The Pentecostal preacher just killed over. The colonel just killed over. Whoever is going to be speaking the Bible, but you are not in a covenant relationship, as the Father has said to be, and it's not based off of what you think or what you think you know in your heart. It's based off of accepting the King, doing what the King tell you to do. That is the covenant. Just as Saul was over the people, just as David was over the people, that is the covenant, period. If you think you are above that, good luck. Let's see my words against your soul. I play for souls. And then when you die, tell them I sent you. And I mean that with everything within me. Oh, Yasha sent you here? Sure did. Are your spouse over there? You waiting for judgment? You mean he really is? It's too late now. You should have believed. Who gonna make up some stuff that he's seen the Messiah? Who would take their time out of their whole entire life? Been saying this for over 20 something years that they saw the Messiah. Only stupid people will not believe. Only stupid people will believe that this person is not the King. If he sees the Messiah said it's time. It's what? It's his time. You have to be unlearned. You have to be crazy. Seen a Messiah. Nobody. No Christian. No Bonta. No nobody. Talking about they seen a Messiah personally. Nobody. But somehow they got the word in their mouth though, right? Somehow they prophets. Somehow they apostles. But they ain't never seen the Messiah to be an apostle. They never seen the Messiah to be a disciple. They never seen the Messiah to be an evangelist. Never seen them. But somehow there's something special. But you ain't never seen them. I saw them and saw myself less than everybody on the earth. I done seen people die for my words. This has been years. I done seen houses burn up for my words. I done seen cars taken away from my words. Now I'm seeing the whole world. It's cold. Where it's supposed to be cold at, it's hot. The weather is mixed up in all places. Where they was looking for a white Christmas, there was none at all. It was just rain. Gee, I wonder who said that. Oh, my words. Again. And I've been saying it for a while. And guess what? We're now in it. Get this. No one was able to keep Christmas the way they wanted to keep it. This has never, ever, ever happened. Ever. But it started when I started to speak and say it. So, if I said that and then it happens, gee, that means this is going to happen too. But I want someone to be bold enough to think they know something so you could become my first victim. And I mean victim. You're going to think I don't want you to be, those who are of the covenant, be fearful. Fear the Father and live. Those who are not of the covenant, come. I challenge you. That's Mikhail Massa, Jonathan, Mello, Black Hebrew Israelites, Christianity, Islam, all you so-called teachers, Farrakhan's, anyone who wants to take this word and try to speak it in his mouth, speak it from your own understanding, your own intellect. As the word is in your mouth, it's going to discern that you are false and fake, and it's going to kill you. The same words coming out your mouth will be your own undoing. By your words, you will be justified. By your words, you will be killed. And your blood will be on your own heads. Have no mercy on none of them. Father, on this day, as you told me to speak, give no one no mercy. Let everyone who wants to try to put this to the test, kill them quickly. Let them be taken down an evil slope, dark, slippery slope. And let the ones who hear the words and wants to be there, when they start to see that they master or their leader dies, begin to kill those who are watching them on the video. That's what I'm moving for. So now, watch this. It's going to tie into a verse. It's going to tie into what Etana seen before. She saw people where they was listening to other prophets, other people. He was like, who are these prophets? Who are these people? I was like, oh, it's the ones who the Father's going to put a false word in their mouth. And if people actually listen to them and go and listen to them, he say they never find the way of life again. Why is that? Because the Father's going to kill them too. So you have been warned. Every single person seeing this video, and you think you're going to be bold enough and continue to keep listening to what you're listening to, one day, it may not happen today, tomorrow, but one day you're going to be listening, just want to go over and see what they're talking about, and you're going to be there listening, and you're going to see them kill over. And that same day you probably see them kill over, some of you also might kill over too. You are taken in your ignorance, but you've been warned. And people are probably going to think like, oh, he ain't got that. That ain't going to happen. Those are the ones I want. The ones who are unbelievers. So then when your time comes, when you do believe, it's too late. You're already dead. And you can't give a testimony on anything. Your death will give enough testimony to the rest of the world. Call it evil if you want to. I'm doing my job. I'm being a stumbling block for both houses. Play with my words if you want to. I dare you. I'm the only one to tell you to go do something like that and end up in hell. To try me. I'm that person. You should be about saving souls. I'm about saving souls for those who will listen. I'm about actually killing those or the ones that go to hell for those who won't. But you can play with it if you want to. Think it's a joke. But I done put enough evidence out here where the Father will move on my words because it's his word. He says, who are you to take my covenant in your mouth? Meaning what? You don't have a right to speak my word. So therefore, since you're speaking my word and you don't have the right to, you will die for taking a sacred covenant into your mouth, and you are a sinner. He says sinners have no right to speak his covenant, which is the same thing. I know those who say they are Jews or set apart people, but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. That means you too. That's why they called a lot of our people the children of Belial. Children was called the children of the Father, but then there was also those who were not obedient to what the Father says. You were called the children of Satan in the midst of the congregation of the people. So that means you. I know those who say they are Jews, but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. That's those who cannot listen. If you cannot listen, then your words is abominable. Your prayers are not heard. And you are going through what you're going through because you will not humble yourself. So be it until the end of your life. The Father ain't going to change for you. It's for those who got messed up thinking and messed up beliefs. They're going to take you straight to hell. And you ain't going to have no one to blame but yourself because you have fed on a deceived heart no matter how much it has happened. No matter what has happened to you, you have fed on a deceived heart for so long, you're going to be deceived all the way to the end. And when you show up and lift up your eyes in hell, no matter how sweet and beautiful you thought you were, or lovely as a man or a woman, or even as a child, you're going to see none of that means nothing in the end. Because the very same thing that qualifies Saul to be a king was the disqualifying factors when it came to David. They try to say the same thing for the, let's go look at that real quick. Father says, do not look at his features. First time it was with Saul. Look at him. He's tall than everybody. He's handsome. Shoulders is broad, everything. They say the same thing when it comes to David's brothers. surely, Father said, start a part like this. See, I have rejected Saul. Only the Father can reject the king, not the people. Meaning what? The promise that he had for Saul goes away because he rejected him. Why? Because Saul had no response for the Father's word, so Father has no response for him. So it's the same thing. If you have no response for the Father's word, then the Father has rejected you as being his people. That's why we were removed the first time. How long are you going to mourn for Saul? Now the Father said to Samuel, this is the Father giving his word. The Father said to Samuel, how long will you mourn? Now watch this. Why would the Father want me to show this? Because when y'all die from taking his word in y'all mouth and y'all shouldn't have, he's not going to shed a tear. And just as the Father was with Saul, he was with King David as well. So if Saul and the Father rejected him, and the Saul gave the word, said, this is what ought to happen, that he cut up this oxen and said, anyone who don't come after Saul or come after Samuel, and the Father calls for fear to fall on the people and calls for the people to come into a line into one consent. And the Father has now rejected Saul. This is the same exact presence the Father's going to have on the king. When he speaks, the Father is going to do it. The Father's named me the king over all his people. So the Father's going to do what I say do. Because I'm saying exactly what he told me to say. So please think this is a joke. And be caught up on that dark day where your life is taken from you in an instant. Tell the people of hell, I sent you. And I mean that with all respect. From the bottomest part of my heart, the bottomest pit of my heart, I mean that. When you start to hear laughter, know that you was stupid on earth and you didn't listen and you thought you was so great that the Father will literally override what I'm saying because you thought you was something great. Keep thinking that. Let that deceive you and send you straight to hell, no matter who you are. You know who think they triumphed the king? You don't lost your mind. And the Father's not with you. That is not the spirit of the Father, because the spirit of the Father will cause you to humble yourself under the mighty hand of the king. Now the Father said to Samuel, you have mourned long enough for Saul. I have rejected him as king of Israel, or the Bethlehem, for a man named Jesse who lives there, for I have selected one of his sons to be my king. I have provided what? For myself, a king among his sons. For I have selected from his sons a king. What's this? For myself. And guess what he did? Father said it's me time. First time I pick a king according to their time. Now I'm going to choose a king after my heart. And this king will not have an end, ever. Because this king is his son. That's why. Let's go. We'll read a couple versions of this. Let's go. 1 Samuel 16. Samuel anoints King David. Now the Father said to Samuel, how long are you going to mourn for Saul, since I have rejected him as king over the Ebos? Fill your horn with oil and go. I am sending you. to Jesse of Bethlehem, for I have selected from his sons a king for myself. It has nothing to do with the people. He selected a king for himself. How can I go? Samuel asked. Saul will hear of it and kill me. The father said, take a heifer with you and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Father. Then invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show you what you are to do. You are to anoint for me the one, watch this, the people indicate. No, the one I indicate, the one I tell you to anoint. So Samuel did what the father had said and went to Bethlehem. He went to Gambia. He went to synagogue. When the elders of the town met him, they trembled and asked, do you come in peace? In peace, he replied, I have come to sacrifice to the Father. Consecrate yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice. Then he consecrated Jesse and his sons and invited them to the sacrifice. When they arrived, Samuel saw Eliab and said, surely here before the Father is his anointed. Wait a minute, hold up. So the same thing that he saw for Saul the first time is what he's thinking about this first time. Remember how we saw in Saul, and Saul looked goodly. He was tall, and he was like, that's my king. That's the king of the people. This time, it's an opposite. Last time, Saul's father wasn't there. This time, David's father is there. This time, the father is going to reject all that he saw for Saul, which was on the outside. He's going to reject all that and look inward. So the prerequisites for the first king is not the same exact prerequisites for the second. It's a change up. Watch this. But the father said to Samuel, do not consider his appearance or height, for I They try to get rid of me.
Right, King? They're trying to, but it ain't gonna happen.
up there. Wow.
Mm.
You're really trying to get me off now. All right. Let's see. Do not consider his appearance, or because the father does not, say look at the appearance, but the father sees the heart, right? And like I said, we saw earlier in 1 Samuel 11, we go here where he was chosen. Samuel anoints Saul. Saul chosen king. Here it is. Going to show what he looks like. All right, and he had a son whose name was Saul, choice young man, goodly, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward, he was higher than any other people. Now we see this what got him there. Now we see something totally different over here. Samuel looks at him. Samuel saw Eliab and said, Samuel, considerance or in height. Here it is. His appearance, goodly, and height. His appearance and height were all considered right here. But when it came to the second king, these were not the same thing. The appearance and height didn't have anything to play. So you didn't have anything going on for you besides your height and your looks. You couldn't be it. It says, the father does not see as man sees, for man sees the outward appearance, but the father sees the heart. Then Jesse called Abinadab and presented him to Samuel, who said, the father chosen this one either. Next, Jesse presented Shemaiah, but Samuel said, the father has not chosen this one either. Thus Jesse made seven of his sons pass before Samuel. But Samuel told him, the father has not chosen any of these. And Samuel asked him, are these all the sons you have? Now I believe this 7 is literally symbolic. Just like we seen that it was 7 years that passed over Nebuchadnezzar. After 7 years has passed over him, in the 8th year, he realized that the father ruled in the kingdoms of man and of Yah. Now David would be 8th. He made 7 of his sons to pass before him. That makes David must be the 8th. So in the 8th year, 8th, we always heard that to be like new beginnings. 7 is like completion. The father has not chosen any of these. So as Samuel asked, are these all the sons you have? There is still yet the youngest. Now watch this. 7 represents like the Sabbath. The 8th represents new beginnings. That is literally like a beginning of a new millennial reign, a whole new reign. 7 years, complete everything. 8th year starts off brand new, fresh, everything brand new. David is the 8th. And Samuel asked him, are these all sons you have? There is still the youngest, And Jesse replied, but he is tending the sheep just like a shepherd's supposed to. Send for him, Samuel replied, for we will not sit down and eat until he arrives. So Jesse sent for his youngest son and brought him in. He was ruddy, meaning when he was healthy, with beautiful eyes and a handsome appearance. And the father said, rise and anoint him, for he is the one. This is Neo. He's the one. So Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers. And the spirit of the father rushed. Let's see what rush means. Like, you know how people do a rush on the man when they want something from off of Amazon and they like it that much. Like, look, I want to do a rush delivery. You know, it's like the father says, be anxious for nothing, but he's rushing upon him. He is anticipating. Like, I couldn't wait to get on him. I couldn't wait for my spirit to be with him. It's like almost like the same thing as the prodigal son, where it says the father, ran towards the son and fell on him and kissed his neck. Done in a hurry. Rush. That you must do something quickly. It's the same thing like, I guess, Judas when he betrayed the Messiah. He said, what you do it very quickly. So very quickly, Well, I tell you, man, you got to fight for this. I never seen so much. You have to fight so much for the truth just to put words out there.
Right, King? Yeah, it seems like these people are really
Y'all
fighting.
still there,
here.
family?
Still there. Still there, King.
Yeah, like once we got to this part right here, where they starting to fight now.
Yeah.
Some bull. So we can see because they no one has this testimony. No one has this
Nobody.
testimony. I got this testimony of the Spirit of the Father rushing upon me,
Yes.
therefore making me King David. The Father rushed upon me, and that's why he rushed upon me, because he rushed upon me the first time.
Yes.
I am him. The only one who our people are supposed to be listening to as their king, as their savior, because I'm the son
Yes.
of the Father.
That you are, sir. That you are. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, speak, Jazz. Tell them what we have known about the land that we're coming about. We can't say too much about it, but we know where the land is.
Yes, the land. Just understand that the land that we're here on, the straight and narrow gate, is part of a larger land mass that our people occupy. And one of the things we learned here that Bethany and Bethel are the same place. He walked this place. And not just that, all the major prophets walked this place, all of them. And which will lead you to understand that Jerusalem may be somebody somewhere near, because understand a prophet cannot die outside of Jerusalem. And anytime a prophet rises up, their vicinity is Jerusalem. So all indications, all suspicions is pointing at this place as being one of the main strips of land that was in the book where our master walked and where the prophets walked. And so we're looking with great expectation, like what else the king is going to reveal here, because as the Father speaks to the king, we're going to have a lot much more revealed. We're going to have a lot much more that's going to come to the forefront. And these people, they cannot stop it, they cannot hide it, and they can't disguise it anymore because it's not in their power.
Exactly. Now, just like it talked about in Revelations chapter 11, how it says to measure out the temple, the sanctuary, all that stuff, but don't measure out the outer courts. We know exactly where to find that at. Like exactly where to find it at. And we know exactly what to look out for. We just need to find out if you know anything about Cupids.
Yes, absolutely, King.
What they call baths, omers. If you know anything about that, contact me or Jazz, because once we find out what the Cupids are, the Father's word is coming to pass. Son, if I was to send you all the people right now, where would you put them? I could literally right now go in and show it, and y'all might be like, but I'm not trying to do that right now. But I have it.
Right, King.
Like right now, I can literally just pull it out and just like boom, boom, and start chopping it up. And then people be like, oh, that is the land. And it literally, watch this. I could bring it down so much to said it still can't be taken. That is, my land is glorious. So I can say, just like the word says, it is huge.
It is.
So if there's anyone who understands Cupids, and then it literally, so you know what, I'm hearing if I was like, just put it to the test, like just test it out, you know, like in this, put it to the test, like anyone who would, so that'll be the same thing. So anyone who would take the covenant in his mouth, try to take this land in the mouth, you will also be sealing your own fate. So anyone trying to touch this land, after the Father said you can't touch it, anyone trying to touch it will be bringing forth death upon their own self. So with that, we can bring it out. Let's do it. All right. So if you understand the breath, if you understand Cupids, all that stuff, let's see if we can find out what Cupids mean. That's what we need.
But I can tell you, King,
This is all we've been waiting on.
Yes. When I went to when you gave us Ezekiel 45, and I went there and I started working out the measurements of the cubits, and it was talking about the the holy district, which is going to be 25,000 cubits in length, and also 20,000 cubits in breadth. This is what I came up with, lengthwise, and I had to do some like what we call dimensional analysis, where you kind of knock off the units to figure out like the measurements we're more familiar with. And 25,000 cubits in length is equal to 7.10 miles, the holy district in length. And in its breadth, the 20,000 cubits, yeah, that's a lot of space. And this is just a holy district. We're not talking about the adjacent lands. And the 20,000 cubits worked out to be like 30,000 feet. And when you figure out how many miles that is, that's 5.68 miles.
Wow. That's a lot.
And then it talks about,
that's just land for one person.
Yes, the holy district, yeah. And then when you look at the
guys, we're gonna get this stuff up. We're gonna get this stuff on the screen. We're gonna get this on the screen. Hold on, we're gonna show them right there. We know what we're talking about. All right. So people be like, wait a minute. Now we know that they are like, you know what I'm saying? Because no one's bringing this out the way they are. So no one's bringing this out. Now, the part where people are like, well, what are we waiting on? I've been waiting on the land, just like, I was waiting on the timeline. And so now that's been given. Now I'm waiting on the land. That's what I've been waiting. Father already told me, son, if I was to send all the people to you right now, where would you put them? Meaning I have to have land for them. Now this land is not to be bought with money. Now look at it, it says right here, the two witnesses. I want you to understand this part. Then I was given a measuring rod like a staff, and was told, go and measure the temple of Yah and the altar, and count the number of worshipers there. That means what? This is the children of Ebo, right here. But exclude the courtyard outside the temple. Do not measure it, because it's been given over to the nations, and they will trample the holy city for 42 months. And I will empower my two witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. Now, that is exactly this right here. You go to Ezekiel 45, and you're going to see exactly, it measures out the courtyard, where you do not have to count it in, because it's not in calculation at all. It is literally where we are at right now. So the Father, what? In my time, these things will be done. Look, consecration of the land. What's good? When you divide the land by lot as an inheritance, go back to Revelation. Then I was given a measuring rod like a staff, and was told, go and measure the count the number of the courtyard outside the temple. Cool. You see the sanctuary, which would be what? The temple. Let's get it. We'll go Crazy.
Yes, it's crazy, King. These people are relentless.
Right when we start bringing it, yes, to bring out because they know we got it right here. This right here is the end. It says the enemy is just end of the reign. Once we begin to put this what this is, let me look at y'all and tell y'all what this is. This alone I think they hate that part more worse than when I bring out everything else.
Yes, King. Yes.
All right. And whenever you divide the land, go ahead. Let's get it, family.
All right.
And whenever you
All right, King.
divide the land, separate a division to the father, and hollow some land, and its
Yeah.
length will be 20 and 5,000, and its width 10,000, and all its borders shall be wholly around it. Sounds like the temple to me.
Yep.
And there shall be for the holy place 500 by 500, and there shall be an enclosure as if I get cut off, then I'm gonna have you just take over on that part and just read to him while I'm trying to come back on the live. All right.
All right, King. Let me see if I can pull up a screen with Ezekiel 45.
Share yours.
Let's see. Mm.
All right, so I got the double sharing screen on, so you should be able to go on. All right.
Okay. Okay.
This is crazy. Now people
It
know where
is
to find
crazy.
it at though, but we got to bring it out on here, okay?
Hmm.
With the first
Let's see here. Written in Ezekiel 45. Mm. When you allot the land as inheritance, you can a portion of the land as a segment, 25,000 cubits long, 20,000 wide. And we did the calculation here, and that first one, the 25,000 cubits, works out to be 7.10 miles in length. That's the portion of land that's going to be sacred. And as far as its width, that's 20,000 cubits, which works out to be 30,000 feet. And in terms of miles, what we understand, it's going to be 5.68 miles, almost 6 miles. The entire area will be holy. Of this section, a section 500 cubits square is to be the sanctuary, with 50 cubits around it for open land. So when we look at the 500 cubits, that's going to work out to be a perfect square, like a cube, because a 500 cubits works out to be 750 feet, which is pretty huge. And then the space around around it, the 50 cubits is going to work out to be 75 feet. So that's pretty broad too. In a sacred district, measure off a section of 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 cubits wide. And it will be the sanctuary, the most holy place. It will be a sacred portion of the land for the priest. And when we look at that measurement here, again, that's going to work out to be about 7.10 miles, 25,000 cubits. And then we look at the how many miles that is, as far as like 50 cubits wide, it's going to be 1 mile, 0.42 miles in its width. And it goes on to say, it will be the sacred portion of the land for the priest who minister in the sanctuary, who draw near to minister before the Father. It will be a place for the houses as well as a holy place for the sanctuary, an area of 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 cubits wide will belong to the Levites who serve in the temple as their possession for towns to live in. And again, it's just repeating here, you are to give the city as its property an area of 5,000 cubits and 25,000 cubits long, adjoining the sacred portion. It will belong to all Isolale, Ebo. The prince will have the land bordering each side of the area formed by the sacred district and the property of the city. It will extend westward from the west side and eastward from the east side, running lengthwise from the eastern to the western border, parallel to one of the tribal portions. This land will be his possession in Israel, Ebo, that is. And my princes will no longer oppress my people, but will allow the people of Isolde to possess it. It's going to be one big estate when you begin to look at the measurements here, because again, when you look at these, when you look at the 25,000 cubits, you're looking at 7.10 miles. And when you look at the 5,000 cubits, you're looking at 1.52, 1.42 miles. And this is going to make up the holy district that our people and the king will occupy. And how we arrived at these, what we call dimensional analysis, where you figure out, like, for 1 cubit is equal to 1.5 feet. And if you want to figure out how many feet that is, you multiply the cubits times the 1.5 feet that's equal to, that will give you your measurements. So we're going to wait for the king to come back on here and give us a further explanation. Mm, mm, mm. Mm.
All right, now let's see if we can bring it out. I know Jazz was able to bring some things out to light. I had to restart my stuff over, and after this, we pretty much will be done. This right here, understand this is game over. I mean, it was nice.
Game over.
While it lasted. This right here is literally game over. The one who shows this is the leader of the people. No one has been able to bring this out because it was not given to them to bring out. Out of all the so-called leadership in the world, not Mikhail Massa, not Jonathan, not Mello, not the Black Hebrew Israelites, not Christianity, not Islam, not even the UK, not British,
None of them.
not nobody knew about this at all. Why? Because the Father will be speaking only to the one who will be the true shepherd of his people. And this is our land. And look what it is. And it literally kicks out the outer court. And whenever you divide the land, separate a division to the Father and hollow some land. And its length will be 25,000 and its width 10,000. And all of its borders shall be wholly around it. And there shall be for the holy place 500 by 500. And there shall be an enclosure as a circle, and 50 cubits for its open courtyard. And from this measure is the length 20 and 5,000, and the width 10,000. And the holy of holies shall be in it. And the holy place of the land shall be for the priests that serve in the holy place of Yah, and are brought near for his service to the Father. And they will have a place for houses.
Yes.
And a holy place for the holy place. And the length shall be 20 and 5,000, and width 10,000, and 20 houses. And 20 houses will be an inheritance for the Levites in the house. The inheritance of the city is 5,000 in width, and 20 and 5,000 in length. It shall be next to the division of the holy place. And for the ruler of the people, which is the king, the prince, who is what? His place shall be glorious, as it talked about in Isaiah 11. For a division of holiness, and for an inheritance of the city, from the east and from the west. Just like I said, the Son of Man will be coming as from the east, as the light shineth from the east onto the west. Here it is right here. And all will see him, right? It says all will see him as lightning comes from the east, as from the west, from the east and from the west. And the length shall be equal to the division from the east to the west. It is balanced all the way around. It shall be an inheritance to the children of Israel. And the rulers of my people shall not harm them again. And they shall give the land. They shall give the land. They shall give the land to the children of Israel for their tribes. Meaning the people who are in the land, who have this land, because it's a tribal land, they have to give it up. Watch this. Thus saith the Father of hosts, it is enough for you, princes of Israel. Put away from you plunder and spoil, and execute judgment, righteousness, and remove your oppression from my people, says the Father of hosts. You shall have a scale of truth, and a measure of truth, and a weight of truth. Truth colors. Make ready a measure and a weight that you will be taking up tithes, 1 part of 10 equally, and there shall be 20 shekels, plus a shekel from them 20 and 5 minas. Plus a shekel of 15 shall be for you 1 mina. This is the offering. Offer 1/6 parts of core wheat and 1/6 parts of a core of barley, and oil of 10 measures, that is core. They shall receive a 10th measure each, and 1 ewe or jewel of every 200 sheep of Israel for the meal offering. Now, we're going to go into this again, but watch this. You can see that the feast days and all that stuff is coming together. Why? Because literally it is for, this is where this is where it's about to be good right here. Okay. This is where all this is already good. People are like, dang, this is the land. This is it. They really found the land. They have found the land. I told you, we found the land. We found the land from the east to the west. Now,
From the east to the west.
when you look at Gad, Gad is literally in the west. So starting from there, going towards the east, equal amount from the east to the west is the land. That's a lot of land.
It's a lot of land.
How we
King.
doing?
Oh yeah.
What we doing? Who wants some? Where them leaders at now? Where those so-called wannabes at now? Where they at?
Yep.
Come forth.
Where they at?
Bring your witnesses. Show who you are now. Where the Father at among you now? With your Siamese self. Huh? We don't need to say all
Yeah.
that. The Father is here. Because this is his throne. Period.
That's right.
Out of all the secrets in the world, this was the hidden secret. I thank you, Father, for hiding these things from the wise and prudent and revealing them to the babes.
That's right. Mm. Wow. Mm.
He saved the best for last.
The best for last.
Now people going to try to jump on the track, jump on it. Yeah, try to jump on it and try to speak on this. But we brought it out first.
Exactly.
People, Truth Colors brought it out first. For
Colors
anything.
did.
This is the land right
on.
here, and everyone see it. Dang, that is the land. Why not see that? Because it wasn't meant for you to see it. It was meant for you to humble yourself. It was meant for you to humble yourself. Now watch this. We're gonna go ahead and look at it another way, because Father's like, we want you to get this 3 ways. 3 ways. We're gonna bring out 3 translations of this, right? So you can get an understanding of what's going on, what's going on, okay? Ezekiel 45. People are going to study this now. Look what it says. The Father's portion of the country. What's good? You are to measure the temple. Believe out the... Okay. Because it's been given over to the Gentiles. All right. When the land is divided, to give each tribe a share. One part is to be dedicated to the Father. It is to be 10 miles long by 8 miles. We got the measurements. 10 miles by 8 miles wide. Hold on, shall we go to that scripture again, Revelation? Then I was given a measuring rod like a staff, and I was told, go measure at the temple of Yah and the altar and count the number of worshipers there, but exclude the courtyard outside the temple. Do not measure it, because it's been given over to the nations, and they will trample the holy city for 42 months. And I will empower my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days clothed in sackcloth. What's good? We got the measurements of the temple. 10 miles long by 8 miles wide. The entire area will be holy. In this area, there is a square plot of land. There is to be a square plot of land for the temple, 840 feet on each side. On each side, 840 feet on each side. Is that a square?
That is a square, King.
Is that square compass?
That's a perfect square. Yes, that's a perfect square.
That's like a square, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
that's
the Tesseract, the Tesseract cube. That's the Tesseract cube right there. The Tesseract, that's the Tesseract. The power of the temple.
Yes.
The Tesseract.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Just check it. That's all. We've been seeing in the movies. The cube. All right. It's the temple. The cube is the temple. How we doing?
The power.
How we doing? Hellraiser. That was the square too.
Yes, it was.
All right. All right. Just checking. Just see if we was in the house. That's all. Just see if we were in the house. It's that ooey move. That's that gooey metal right here. It's that ooey right here. That ooey. That 840 each on each side, entirely surrounded by an open space 84 feet wide. Now, for all you mathematicians, we're gonna need you. Half of this area, a section 10 miles by 4 miles, is to be measured off. And I was given a measuring rod. Let's go. It will contain the temple, the holiest place of all. It will be a holy part of the country. It will be a holy part of the country set aside for the priests who serve the Father in his temple. Yes. It will contain their houses and a section of the land for the temple. Mm-hmm. The other half of the area is to be set aside as possessions of the Levites who do the work in the temple. There will be towns there for them to live in. Towns. Not one town, multiple towns. Next to the holy area, another section 10 miles long and 2 miles wide is to be set aside for a city where any of the people of Israel may live. That's a lot of land.
That's a lot of land, King. It is.
That's more than 40 acres and a mule.
More than that. We're talking about hectares.
Land for the
really.
prince.
Hectares.
This is my land right here. This is my land right here. The land for the prince. Yes. Let's get it. Who ready? Y'all ready now?
We're ready, King. We're ready,
y'all ready to build?
Let's build.
People like, man, we can get over to the land now. The kingdom found the land now. That's why he says, son, if I was to send you all the people right now, where would you put them? Right here. We know where it's at. Now we got to talk to the people who's over this land and show who we are. And once we prove it, they have no right. They have to give it up, whether they want to or not. Now watch this. Mm-hmm. The person who owns this land, the rich, must give props and understand that this is the king of the whole entire land. So the Reed's family has to bow down. That's why every single person who's a king or so-called queen in the land has to bow down. This is it. Where they at is not it. This is it right here. This is where, on this day, when this day come here, this when the power of the Father is going to be released throughout the whole entire earth, letting it be known once and sure for all. This is what it is. On this day, earthquakes will start taking place because we're making it known. It's going to be moving. Earthquakes to tsunamis, rainstorms, everything, the earth, the heavens, and everything is going to start shaking. Why? To make this be what it is. He's going to call for Jerusalem to become a cup of trembling to anyone who's not supposed to be here. So take this word in your mouth if you want to. Take this covenant in your mouth if you want to. And you ain't the one that's supposed to be teaching my people. The Father will kill you right when you stand.
Yes, he will.
You ain't it. You an imposter. So sit your ass down somewhere.
Right. Right on, King.
Land is also to be set aside for the ruling prince. That is me. From the west boundary of the holy area, it will extend west to the Mediterranean Sea. That's a lot of land.
That is a lot of land.
The Mediterranean Sea?
Yes. You're talking about a lot of land.
And from the east boundary, right, a coastline to a coastline, coast to coast. Land is also to be set aside for the ruling prince. From the west boundary of the holy area, it will extend west to the Mediterranean Sea. And from the east boundary, it will extend to the eastern border of the country, from border to border, coast to coast, to its, so that its length will be the same as the length as one of the areas allotted to the tribes of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever land, so they got 10 miles long and 2 miles wide. The king get by himself 10 miles, 10 miles long and 2 miles wide of land for himself. The same amount of land is given over to Israel as the same amount is given to the king himself. Both sides, east and west. How we doing?
Right on,
It said, come and see the king's land. It said it's glorious. So I'm telling you, the Father's doing what he got to do, shaping things when he got to shape it up. People
what he gotta
believe,
do.
don't believe, it don't
Mm-hmm.
matter, but it,
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Y'all still getting this butt whooping whether y'all like it or not. All right, so like I said,
That's right.
y'all can try to run from me all you want to. You ain't gonna stop this butt whooping from coming. Y'all got this butt whooping. It's too late. It's too late, son.
Too late.
It's too late.
Too
So
late.
this land is given to the prince. Why? He will no longer oppress the people, but will let the rest of the country belong to the tribes of Israel. So he's giving him his own patch of land so he can leave the rest of the land alone. Rules for the prince. So like this, we have all these things right here that shows us different things. Your weights are to be as this, the harvest, and now this goes into the festivals, right? You are to bring grain offerings, animals to be burned whole, the animals for fellowship offerings, so that your sins will be forgiven. One, the sovereign Yah commanded. All the people of the land must take these offerings to the ruling prince of Israel. It will be his duty to provide the animals to be burned whole, the grain offerings and the wine offerings for the whole nation of Israel at the new moon festivals, the Sabbaths, and other festivals. So that means seek the Lord or seek the king while he may be found. When? At the feast days and Sabbath days. He is to provide the sin offerings, the grain offerings, the offerings to be burned whole, and the fellowship offerings to take away the sins of the people of Israel. He is the one, the prince, the king. The feast days are centered around him. The Sabbaths are centered around him. The festivals. The sovereign Yah says on the first day of the first month, you are to sacrifice a bull without any defects and to purify the temple. The priest will take some of the blood of this sin offering and put on the doorposts of the temple, on the four corners of the altar, and on the posts of the gateways to the inner court. On the seventh day, the month, you are to do the same thing on behalf of everyone who sins unintentionally or through ignorance. In this way, you will keep the temple holy. On the 14th day of the first month, you will begin the celebration of the Passover festival. For 7 days, everyone will eat bread made without yeast. On the first day of the festival, the ruling prince, the king, must offer a bull. And for those of all the people, on each of the 7 days of the festival, he is the sacrifice. On each of the 7 days of the festival, he is the sacrifice. The father without any effects and burn them whole. Go each day as a sin offering. For each bull in each ram that is sacrificed, there is to be an offering of half a bushel of grain and 3 quarts of olive oil. For the festival of shelters, which begins on the 15th day of the 7th month, the prince will offer on each of the 7 be burned whole, and the same offerings of grain and olive oil. So now it seems like the prince is doing the job of the Levites. What's good? How we doing?
We're good. We're doing good, King. We're doing good. Wow. There it is. Irrefutable. Irrefutable.
Right there in their face. The
Right
king takes the place. He becomes like that of the Levites. Right there. He is the king and the priest.
Yes.
This is going to be the last translation, and then we're going to go. Divide the land by drawing lots for the property you will inherit. Set aside area 43,750 feet long and 35,000 feet wide for the father. The entire area will be holy. An area of 875 feet square will be for the holy place, with the open area of 871.5 feet wide. Measure off an area of 43,750 feet long and 17,500 feet wide. The holy place, that is, the most holy place, will be in this area. This part of the land will belong to the priests who serve in the holy place. This will also be like the area for the king, because he's serving before the Father. The feast, he's serving before the Father, the bullocks, everything. The priests who come near to serve the Father, is he not serving? They will use this place for their homes, and it will be a location for the holy place. An area 7,000 17,500 feet wide will belong to the Levites who serve in the temple to live in. You must designate an area 8,750 feet wide and 43,750 feet long as the city's property. It will be located alongside the holy area. All people. The prince will have all the land on both sides of the holy area. I told you, the side with the Levites and plus the other area is his. I love it. The prince will have all the land on both sides of the holy area. Here is the holy place right here. So he has this part plus other areas. The prince will have all the land on both sides of the holy area and on both sides of the property belonging to the city. Here is the city's property right here as well. From the western boundary of the holy area, his land will extend to the Mediterranean Sea. From the eastern boundary of the holy area, his land will extend to the eastern border of the country. His territory will be as large as the territory of one of the tribes. This land will belong to the prince in Israel. Then my princes will no longer oppress my people. They will give land to each tribe of the nation of Israel. This is what the Almighty says. I've had enough of you, princes of Israel. Stop your violence and looting and do what is fair and right. Stop evicting my people, declares the Almighty Yah. You must have honest scales and honest dry and liquid measures. The dry and liquid measures must always be the same. So if it must always be the same, that means your day of festivals must always be the same too. How you gonna have different measures on the liquids, but not have the same thing for your feast days and your Sabbath day? By you keeping Friday sundown and Saturday sundown every single time is literally unbalanced. There is no way you're gonna have the Sabbath every single Friday, every single Saturday. It doesn't work that way. That is literally a ritual from hell. The ephah and the bath should hold the same as 1/10 of a homer. The homer must be the standard measure. 1 shekel must weigh 20 gerahs. 1 mina must weigh 60 shekels. This is the contribution you must give to the Father. 17% of your wheat, not 10, 17. And 17% of your barley. You must give 1% of your olive oil using the standard measure. You must take 1 sheep out of every 200 from the well-watered pastures of Israel. You must sacrifice them with grain offerings, burnt offerings, and fellowship offerings to make peace with the Father, declares the Almighty Yah. Here we go. All right, we still there. We still here? Family, we still here? I think we still here. Let me see. Yeah, we still here.
Yeah, still here, King. Still here.
All right, just making sure. Cause you know they be playing with stuff. I gotta make sure my screen is
Oh yeah.
still showing what it is. Jazz been holding it in. I know he has so on this one. Appreciate you being here. I want to put that. I want to give credit where credit's due. Jazz has done a lot of stuff here.
Thank you,
I
my
want
King.
everybody to know that. Just like the Messiah told about what John the Baptist did and everything like that. Like, who is he? I'm gonna tell you who Jazz is. Jazz has got done all the things that I asked Uncle Kenny to get done. He got it done within the first week he was here. So when I was there in Arizona, I told Uncle Kenny to find a location for the UPS or find where we can actually ship things back and forth if we need to. people always made an excuse why they couldn't get the stuff done or whatever. And I'm the type of person, I don't care about really excuses. I don't really care about it. Just get it done. That's if it can be done, because I don't accept excuses. I don't try to give excuse for a lot of stuff. I'm gonna try to get stuff done. I'm gonna get it done. That's just what it is. And so he did it first week. He got it done within the first week that he was here. And now, because of that, we know where stuff is coming from, E-Zone, and we know how to ship it back and forth. We just gotta make sure we get it done. You know what I'm saying? For those who want membership, and it's for a year, and you just pretty much you can order from Amazon. You can still order from Walmart. So if they don't have a washing machine here that you want, you can order one from Amazon and have it shipped here from the States to the land. And you just pay the different price or whatever. And they don't try to charge you an arm and a leg for it. The same thing, if they don't have it here, the stuff at the different stores, you can shop from Walmart. So Walmart still can be shopped here in the land. So those who are making like products, like me, I make oils and stuff like that. And it literally has my scent in the Bible. It says that he's gonna be, you know, one who smells like cinnamon, frankincense, myrrh, and all that kind of stuff like an aloe, you know. It has it in the Bible. I was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? All the stuff I was using for my, you know what I'm saying, for my the scent and everything. It's in the word. You can order that stuff, you know what I'm saying, easily as well. So if you're into making, you know, confectionaries, making smells, doing cakes, all that kind of stuff. Then there's also another store up here that has like the American stuff like we have in America. It's like back in like Phoenix, you know what I'm saying, in Arizona. They have Arizona drink here, you know what I'm saying, like Arizona tea. That was a plus for me, you know. The ramen noodles that you used to in America, they have that here. The drink is still the same, but you're gonna pay like 1,800 Delacies for that, you know what I'm saying? That's the equivalent of like $20 to $30 in America, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna pay that price. But yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that you can still do here in the land that you can still do over in America. You know what I'm saying? So like
Absolutely.
most people have like most people have a scrubber that they have to wash their clothes with, but you can actually get a washing machine and just hang your clothes out online. So it's still like the same thing, like your washing machine does the work for you. You just pull them out the washing machine and hang them online.
And hang them out
just blow dry. That's it. Ain't no work. No kind of work like that. The same thing, you can get an air conditioner, whatnot, pay like what, $800 to $500 for air conditioner, put in your house, actually be cool, or whatever, whatnot. You good to go. The only thing we need here is consistent energy. That's it. Once we get consistent energy, everything else will figure itself out for the most part. That's it. And we need to probably reconstruct. So probably for our land, we need to make sure that we have a secure source of energy. And our thing is we probably should have it coming from the water. That way it always constantly is running versus what they have. I think we should put the water to use because the Father says that, you know what I'm saying, like there's some way you can actually get the water. I'm thinking they're working on a way on trying to have sufficient energy in certain places. I remember there was one African who had came up with a way to actually give light to a whole city for like a whole year. I think it was using water, using something or something that matter. I think it was using like grass or using something like that. So something's going to happen because there's no way that the temple is going to be without lights. And in this sense, I don't really think it's going to be like a temple, since it says that the kingdom of Yah is not going to be with observable signs. So I think it's just going to be like a housing. We got to see what is going on with that, because we know that it's like he's not going to be dwelling in, you know, temple made with hands. He's not doing that. So that's why it's like the land that's given over to the Levites is also the king's land as well as the other land for him. So like all that stuff is given over to him, right? So wherever the portion will be for the Levites in a sense like that, we see that the king has a portion in that as well. Anything that's dealing with the Holy Land, That's all part of the king as well. Because the king is like taking a part of the Levites. Is that since you have not, you know what I'm saying, it says that pretty much that the spirit of truth is going to lead you to all truth. This is a forever thing.
Mm-hmm.
We are moving into forever. So, how can I put this? What you are seeing now is a forever thing. I'm not made king just for a little bit. When I come back, I'm still king. So after 2 witnesses die, you come back. When I come back, which will be actually literally like 10 months after that, because literally when the 2 witnesses are died, they say they start to give gifts to one another. That sounds like Christmas.
Yep.
Then it says that the Son of Man will come back as a thief in the night. The thief in the night is like someone dying in the night. That sounds like Passover. Because literally what? The angel of death was taking the firstborn of Egypt, Egyptians, their cattle in the middle of the night, like a thief in the night. It has to be on a feast. So the stuff has to be a commemoration of anything on the feast. So they're going to be dying probably around their time of celebration, you know, but it's still got to be a celebration for the Father in the same time. So then it's like if you count, let me see, I did it. So it's like, if you count Christmas, so like they die around the same time, close around to Christmas. So you have what? They would give gifts to one another. And then it says he comes back in a thief in the night. You count what? January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. October is moving into Passover. That's 10 months. So in 10 months, they'll be back with help. So for 10 months, so they die in the battle of Megiddo. Okay? In the battle of Megiddo, the 2 witnesses die. After that's over, 10 months later, they're coming back with help. You have to hold out until that time. During that time, they will not have destroyed the city. They can't. So it says that the Lord of hosts comes back with help, and he's bringing fire out the sky to destroy the tanks and everything that's trying to destroy what we call Jerusalem. 10 months. So if you count the days from Daniel, it says, I was telling me to go there. It says, blessed is he who makes it to this day, but blessed is he who waits all the way to this date. That will be 10 months afterwards. And after those 10 months, it's a wrap forever. It's a wrap forever.
Wow.
It said you won't have no need for a sun, no need for the moon, no need for any kind of light. But the king will be the light in all of the land. So therefore, he will have to be in the Levite area as well as the prince area at the same time. He's going to be the light that lights the whole entire place. When the 2 witnesses go up, 10 part of the city is destroyed. So this is where we're coming into. We're about to rebuild the ancient ruins. So we're probably counting somewhere between like Gorey from Jufure Island, Gorey Island, that's all on the west side, moving all the way towards the east, moving into what? That's Nigeria. Moving further on way down, keep on down, keep going. We're going into the Congo. Going into the west.
The Niger Congo.
So from the east to the west, that's a lot of land.
A lot of land.
It's a lot of land. And some stuff might be actually pushing us right straight into the water. So therefore, if it's pushing us to the water, guess what? There's land in that water. That's got to be dried out. I know people are like, dang, this is good. I know. No one's ever
Yeah, it
done this
is.
ever before. This is literally uncharted area.
Uncharted
Uncharted.
territories.
No one
Yes,
has ever done this.
uncharted.
Exactly. We are going for 6 hours and 4 minutes. You know y'all ain't gonna see me for a while, right? Y'all know
Right, King?
y'all ain't gonna see me for y'all ain't gonna see me for a while. This is 6 hours. We're almost at
Wow.
the 8th hour on the mark. Once we get the 8 hours, they're gonna cut me off on Facebook. They're gonna cut me off on Facebook.
Mm.
Cut me completely off. So let's go ahead and finish the rest of this, and that's it. I'm gonna do the thing, and hold on, Father, want me to show that real quick. So let's be obedient to that.
Yes.
Blessed is he who makes it to this day. All right, Daniel. Okay, is this making sense to y'all, people?
Oh,
Is this
yeah.
making
It's
sense,
making plenty of sense,
family?
King. Oh, yeah. No one has ever laid it out like this before. No one.
All right, let's see. I love it. Let me see. All right, blessed is he who makes it to the, I think it was 1,300 and something days. Now, the fact that the Father's always dealt with me on time signifies that I am time itself, that I am a clock. I'm the countdown clock. Here it is. Blessed is he who waits and comes to the, what's this? 1,335 days. This is signifying the war. See, 1250, 1260, and then it goes into 1330. See? So like the one who gets to 1260 days, and then it says, blessed is he who makes it all the way to the 1335th day. Why? On this day, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a done deal. Ain't nothing else to come after that. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap, son. So we're gonna look at that real quick. So it tells you, blessed is he to make it to this part, but blessed is he who makes it to this one. So blessed is he who makes it to the 1260. That's what? The 3.5 years. But blessed is he who makes it to the 1335. See that? That's a little bit more time. That's like close to like 10 months. We learned a lot today, boy.
Yes, we did. We learned a lot today, King.
I love it.
Ah,
There we go. Look, They keep trying to stop. It's all right though. Time's gonna come that says that they will wait for his law. That's why they're gonna be waiting for his law, because the Father's gonna make it to where anyone who's gonna try to speak this law and ain't supposed to will be killed. Think about that.
Yep.
It says, and the islands will wait for his law. Is it be like that no one else is teaching? No, they're gonna know not to teach no more. People gonna know not to open their mouth and not to speak to the people, because when people open their mouth, be like, and the Lord said, where they at? People gonna be scared of mouth to open their mouth and say something like, what we do? This person just died. Guess we just gonna wait for it. Is truth colors coming on? Because we can't say nothing. We can't take this covenant in our mouth no more, because he said that we was gonna start dying when we start to come into his portion. When y'all start to see that, y'all gonna see like the Father is not what you thought he was. Y'all gonna see he's not that soft as y'all thought he was.
Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Right now, y'all showing my Father to be a punk. And my Father gonna show you how punkish he really is. He gonna show you how punkish he is. People thought, oh, he's a little teddy bear. He's so loving. He's so forgiving. He's not gonna, I mean, he has to understand we're trying to do our right thing right now. So we're gonna be teaching one another. Father means what he says. And if you open your mouth on this here covenant, and the Father did not give you authorization to teach his people, you are in violation. It's the same thing as I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves the people but are not. Guess what? The people are obedient. So if you are doing anything opposite of what this word say to do, you are not the people. You fit into the same thing. I know those who say they are the people but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan, like the children of Belial. So anyone who sees that David is the king, and he's the one who takes the covenant in his mouth, and the Father has allowed him to come near to him, and you try to take that position, the Father help you. So the time is going to come when people are going to get scared to open their mouth and say anything with thus saith the Father. People will be so scared to talk about any kind of so-called secrets, whether it's Bantu, Black Hebrew Israelites, Christianity, Islam, and all that. When that day comes, when the Father is literally shutting people's mouths because he's literally killing them and sealing them and putting them in the graves, on that day,
That's right.
you're going to be fearful, trembling, shaking, talking about where's the king at? It says on that day, they will ask for the king. Like, wait a minute, hold on. Where the Father at? Hold on. He said we can't show up without the king though, because the king got the covenant. He says, I would give the king as a covenant to the people. Meaning you ain't got no damn covenant without me. And I don't care what nobody feels or think about it. You ain't got no covenant. I am the covenant. That's why he says I will give you as the covenant to the people, not the people being a covenant. There ain't no covenant without the king. Let's go. All right. So it's Michael's deliverance in the end times. Told you right here. And from the time of the daily sacrifices abolished, and abomination of desolation set up, there will be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and reaches the end of 1,335 days. But as for you, go on your way until the end. You will rest and will arise to your inheritance. Watch this, at the end of the days. The end of 335 days, Daniel is going to arise, watch this, to inherit the land that we just got through talking about in Zechariah. We just got through talking about in Ezekiel chapter 45. He says, you're going to rest, but then you're going to wake up in the end of 13 and 35. Daniel, the prophet, is coming back to inherit land with the king and the rest of us. That is good. I'm sorry. That right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All praises on that one. That is sick.
Oh,
There is
praises.
a
Yes.
promise that Daniel is getting up at the end of the days. That's powerful. That is powerful. You coming back. I love that. You coming back, Daniel. But as for you, go on your way until the end. You will rest at the end of the days. But exclude the courtyard outside the temple. Do not measure it. And they will trample the holy city for 40. This is where the Father has prepared a place for her to be nourished for 1,260 days. Where is that place at again? In Ezekiel 45. The place the Father has placed for the woman in the wilderness. How we doing? Now we know the place where the people were supposed to be at for 1,200 days. What's good? Where your leaders at? Where your teachers at? I love it. And the beast was given a mouth to speak arrogant and blasphemous words and authority to act for 42 months. Therefore, the Father longs to be gracious to you. Therefore, he rises to show you compassion, for the Father is just, and bless all who wait for him. When you have completed these days, lie down again, but on your right side, and bear the iniquity of the house of Judah. I have assigned to you 40 days, a day for each year. 40 years. He said to me, it will take 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary will be properly restored. But they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of the Messiah. The witness It's crazy. Let's get it. Who was beheaded for the witness of the king. Because remember, it said the spirit of truth will take what belongs to me. So the spirit of truth is the king. So therefore, they're dying for the witness of the spirit of truth. And for the word of Yah. Remember, King David is what? The word of Yah. And which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with King David 1,000 years. See what we're going to? The great reset, the millennial reign. The end right here is so important. He's going to get the rain. He's getting up to actually endure to reign with the king. Blessed is he that waiteth and cometh to the 1335th and 30 days. What is this? It's going to bring forth the millennial reign. 1,335 days. That literally, a day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as a day. Blessed is the one who is patient and attains to the 1,335 days. Blessed is the one who is patient and attains that. How blessed is he who keeps waiting and attains to the 1,335 days. Happy, blessed, how blessed, happy, fortunate, spiritually prosperous, and beloved is he who waits expectantly, enduring without wavering for the period of tribulation, and comes to the 1,335th days. Y'all better understand something. Happy are those who remain faithful until 1,330. Don't sound like no little picnic to me. All right, now, let me see. Now we're gonna finish this last one. Did we finish the God's? We didn't finish the God translation yet, so we're gonna finish that right here, and should be it. Yeah, we did Revelation. We did Ezekiel 45. People gonna study that for themselves. I know they are. You should. We're gonna finish this part up here, and we are done. That's it. This is a wrap right here. This will be the third one that I was supposed to read to y'all, and now I'm done. All right. The vital land, we already did that part. They will use this place for their homes and will be a location for the holy place. An area 43,750 feet long and 17,500 feet wide will belong to the Levites who serve in the temple. It will be given to them so that they have cities to live in. You must designate an area 8,750 feet wide, 43,750 feet long as a city's property. It will be located alongside the holy area. It will belong to all the people of Israel. The prince will have all the land on both sides. The prince will have all the land on both sides of the holy area, and on both sides of the property belonging to the city. That's a lot of land. From the western boundary of the holy area, his land will extend to the Mediterranean Sea. That's gonna be close to a mountain too. I need a mountain. Go for a swim, right? The Father put me right next to a beach. I love it. I need a beach. Everyone know I love the water. From the eastern boundary, hopefully this time the water will let me get in this time. It won't push me back out. From the eastern boundary of the holy area, his land will extend to the eastern border of the country. His territory will be as large as the territory of one of the tribes. This land will belong to the prince in Israel. This whole land belongs to him. Then my princes will no longer oppress my people. They will give land to each tribe of the nation of Israel. This is what the Father says. I've had enough of you, princes of Israel. Stop your violence and looting and do what is fair and right. Stop evicting my people, declares the Father. You must have honest scales and honest dry and liquid measures. The dry and liquid measures must always be the same. The ephah, the bab should hold the same. Must be the standard. 1 mina must weigh 60 shekels. This is the contribution you must give to the Father, 17% of your wheat and 17% of your barley. You must, using the standard measure, you must take one sheep out of to make peace with Yah, declares the Almighty Yah. contribution. All the common. Now watch this. It says all the common or queen. Is that right? And just this thing probably went down. Yep, it did go out. All right. So all the common people must give this contribution to the prince in Israel. That's everybody else. Everybody's not considered to be a king, as they all say. Then the prince is responsible to provide burnt offerings. He's responsible. Only one person is responsible to produce burnt offerings, grain offerings, and wine offerings at the annual festivals. Annual festivals mean it happens every single year. The new moon festivals, the weekly days of worship. This is the Sabbaths as well. So he's to provide grain offerings and these offerings for the annual festivals, the new moon festivals, and the weekly days of worship means what? It's the Sabbaths. And all the other appointed festivals of the nations of the Ebos. He must prepare offerings. He must prepare and fellowship offerings to make peace with the. This is what the Almighty says. On the first day of the first month, take a young bull that has no defects and remove sin from the holy place. The priest must take some blood from the offering for sin and put on the doorpost of the temple, on the four corners of the ledge of the altar, on the doorposts of the gateways of the inner courtyard. You must do the same of the 7th day of the month for everyone who unintentionally does something wrong or is unaware of it. So you must make peace with the Father for the temple. On the 14th day of the first month, you will celebrate the Passover, a festival lasting 7 days when unleavened bread is eaten. At that time, the prince must prepare for himself and for all the common people, which is what? All the rest of the Ebos. All the Ebos is considered to be common people. I want y'all to understand that. So all this kings and queens and all this other kind of stuff that we see amongst our people, we don't see that here. The Father calls the rest of the people common people. And for all the common people, a young bull as an offering for sin. Every day, there's 7 days, every day during the 7 days of the festival, he must prepare burnt offerings for the Father. 7 young bulls that have no defect. All the common people and the young bull as an offering for sin. Every day during the 7 days of the festival, he 7 young bulls, rams that he must also give 1 gallon of olive oil for every half bushel of grain. On the 15th day of the 7th month, at the festival of booths, he must do the same as on those 7 days. He must prepare the same offerings for sin, burnt offerings, grain offerings, and olive oil. Now, that will do it for us here at Truth Colors. You heard a lot of information here. First you've ever heard in all of the world. Here it is before you, the land in all of its glory. This is what we all been waiting on, and now it's here, signifying I am who I say I am, and been saying it the whole entire time. Now, people can say what they want to say, try to act like they want some other stuff. It doesn't matter. Father's gonna show all that stuff, and you just don't want to be that one on my bad side, or better yet, on my father's bad side. Period. So let the games begin. Salute to everyone who's in the truth. Tell everybody what's going on. Obviously, we done found the land. Anybody who try to touch this and it's not theirs to touch, you will have angels right there waiting to cut you to pieces. So that goes for the nations. Anybody who wants to try to take this and try to claim this as yourself, that means if you are opposite or outside of anyone who is not of this covenant, the Father and his angels will be right there to kill you and your men. Anyone trying to touch this, he will merely make Jerusalem a cup of trembling. Anyone who will try to touch our land and try to take it now, since it's been exposed, you will die. The Father will cause for fear. You will literally crap on yourself. You will be a captain of 5,000 people. And then they'll be like, what is that? Fear. What's that smell? Fear. Because you done crapped on yourself. And may on the day, it'll be runny draws. May on the day, you have diarrhea. And that this become embarrassing. That the captain, who was the most fearful of all of us, the fearless of all of us, crapped on himself when it came to us trying to touch this land. May anyone who think they have balls, may literally that their heart literally just sink. May all those, and may the Father cause for them to envision all the bad things that can happen to them, and they have a heart attack right then and there. I'm speaking death over anybody who try to touch this. Anyone who tries to claim that they have found this verse, may the Father deal with you as he deals with an enemy and cut you asunder. May the angels, while you up here trying to get the word, I found cut, and you just fall down dead in front of your kids, fall down dead in front of your wife, fall down dead in front of your colleagues that you try to actually show that you hard in front of. Ain't no one going to take my position. Nobody. So, it is what it is. You got anything to say, Jazz, before we end? Jazz, you got anything to say? So, your thing is on mute. Oh, it's ending again. All right. The internet is bad over here. We're working with it. All right, there we go. You got anything to say before we end, Jazz? You got anything to say, family?
Yeah, so we are here at Truth Colors today, and today I blew my brother Yasha's mind, by telling him something that he didn't even know about. You see, the Father works in amazing ways. Yasha has had, see the background that I have right here. It has many colors. It's the Truth Colors background. So Yasha has had it since he started his YouTube channel. So me, in the process of doing my reading my stuff and all that, I've read about the coat of many colors. The father, all the patriarchs in the Bible used to have that coat. It goes down from Adam all the way till Joseph, and during the period of Joseph is when the coat kind of disappeared, but it was the coat of many colors. The same thing is what my brother Yasha here has. Truth colors. So you guys need to know that where all the colors for the truth are is where the Father dwells. So this guy has the truth and it's a bomb. If you guys are still double-minded, it's for your own doom. Check him out. Always listen to his word. The Father says you listen to what he tells you. You don't look at what he's doing. Listen to what he's telling you. If you follow the instructions, boom, you'll be saved. If you look at Adam and Eve, they didn't follow the instructions. The Father gave them the instructions. They went away from it. They did their own thing. They leaned onto their own understanding. But right now, he's speaking to all of us through Yasha. So we're supposed to listen to what Yasha is telling us. truth color, that's where the truth is. The way, the truth, and the lie. Yeah, my boy.
Appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it, fam. I do.
All right, you gonna cut it?
Yeah. All right, fam.
Thank you for subscribing and supporting my Patreon channel, where the truth is not biased. It's absolute. I dedicate this channel through Nzambi Zulu to the awakening of my people and discovering who they truly are, to bring out information and revelation that they may not see anywhere else. And as we embark on this journey together, feel free to shop with us. OBYU, featuring our brand, Goshen Black. You can also purchase New Truth music from me, your boy Heart of Song, aka Music, featuring Etana, Nzambi, JG the Messenger, and other great artists on CD Baby and iTunes. It's time to awaken to the truth and power. Aren't you tired of being lied to? Truth speaks. Truth awakens. Truth colors.
Other Psalms.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which in the book of life. The dead were judged books according to their works. Dead which were in them, and they were judged, every man according to this is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards